Okay, I call this meeting to order. And we'll begin with roll call.
Manuel Baca,
Here.
Jeffrey Baum,
Here.
Natalie Bird, Joseph J. Belinsky Jr.,
Here.
Danny Hawkins,
Here.
Scott Himmelstein, Lance Azumi, Deborah Malumed, Henry A.J. Ramos, Gary Reed,
Here.
Jarena Storm, Ning Yang.
Okay, Member Yang, could you please lead us in the pledge?
Ready? I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm going to save some comments for later in the day as well, but I do want to talk just briefly about the Washington trip, and I especially want to thank Vice Chancellor McGee and others who helped in setting up the Washington trip. Well organized. I think we did get a lot accomplished. We met with members both in the House of Representatives. We had an opportunity also to meet with Senator Boxer, who was very receptive, and we think that she'll be very supportive of some legislation that is particularly important for veterans. But generally speaking, we did receive a warm reception from all the members that we met with, and I think there's a struggle, as we're all aware, going on in Washington, and hopefully they'll be able to fix that. But I think in terms of positioning ourselves, we have to be there and we have to be engaged. We also had an opportunity to meet with staff there and cabinet level folks, Martha Cantor in particular, and it was good to hear that they're doing some additional work, particularly with adult learners, which we're having some concerns with in this state. I think the legislature and the governor are working to make sure that adult learners are receiving services. As we know that there's been a reduction in support because of the K-12 flexibility. I think with those of us in the community colleges that are providing that, things continue to be delivered, but there are questions as to exactly who it is that does it and to what extent and where do we get the resources, and the adult learner needs a much greater focus. I'm going to have the Chancellor speak. I mean, he will cover this, but there were also discussions with her on other matters, which I'm sure he'll go into in a bit. But just want to cover that and thank Vice Chancellor McGee again for the work that you did in organizing that, and of course Sandy and others who supported that. It was very much appreciated. Very, very, very busy, but good busy. So I will have some comments later on about some other things, but Chancellor Harris.
Thank you, President Baca, members of the board. Just a few things. I will follow on the comments of Board Chair Baca in a moment as it relates to another issue we did discuss with Undersecretary Cantor. But I want to thank the Board of Governors for giving of their personal time yesterday afternoon for an afternoon-long Board of Governor retreat. It was a robust conversation on a number of really important issues, and I'll mention just three of those. The first was the system strategic plan. All of us in attendance will recall that that plan was done several years ago, and about 2 years after it was completed, the state and the system went into a rather dramatic decline in funding, and so many of those issues that were brought to the fore in that strategic plan were sort of put in a holding pattern. And then subsequent to that, the Board of Governors a couple of years ago, as we all know, embraced a ambitious agenda for student success. And so rather than take another year and a lot more money to completely redo the strategic plan, the vice chancellors under the leadership of Executive Vice Chancellor Bruckman did some updating, some refreshing of that strategic plan that was presented to the board in draft form yesterday in retreat. And the board had a lengthy conversation about it. The major change in the draft was to infuse all of the 22 recommendations of the Student Success Task Force into the strategic plan. And so the board now has directed that we take the revised draft as a result of their work yesterday to Consultation Council for their review, and it's our hope that we'll continue to take input, update that, and bring it back to the Board of Governors for their consideration at the May meeting. And if that works as we hope that it will, then what we'll have is a renewed strategic plan for the organization without having to take an extended period of time and an awful lot of money and energy in doing that. We think the strategic plan that was developed for the system several years ago is still quite germane, with the addition of all that student success activity and a couple of other items as well. Then the board spent a good deal of time with an introduction to the goal setting in student success. As all of us know, one of the, actually a couple of the recommendations of the Student Success Task Force had to do with the creation of a scorecard, which will be rolled out publicly in early April. It's been out in sort of a beta format into all of our districts over the last several months, and it will be rolled out officially in April. And from that scorecard, another of the recommendations of the Student Success Task Force was to set goals at a state level for improvement of student success, and then to encourage colleges to set individual college goals in an attempt to move the entire system forward. And so the board got an introduction to that goal-setting exercise yesterday. Again, a great conversation over a period of hours, and now that conversation too will go back into Consultation Council about the system goals, and then come back to the Board of Governors for consideration at a subsequent meeting. And then finally, the board talked in general terms yesterday about accreditation for individual colleges in our system. And as Dr. Baca mentioned, one of the topics we visited with Undersecretary Cantor about in Washington, D.C. was the state of accreditation and the federal, increasing federal involvement in that process. And so the board did discuss yesterday the accreditation status of all of our colleges in the system, and the changing nature of regional accreditation and the increasing involvement of the federal government in that process. And so in subsequent months, as everyone knows, the Consultation Council asked that I reactivate the Accreditation Task Force, which I did, and that group met for the first time last week. So we're going to keep the Board of Governors informed about that, and I'm sure that will be a topic at a subsequent meeting. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chancellor. Is there any interest in pulling any items from the consent agenda? If there isn't, then I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, consent calendar passes. Okay, action item, compliance with the 50% law. This item presents requests from 3 community college districts for exemption from the 50% law. Chancellor.
I will pitch this item to Dan for presentation. Dan?
Yes, good morning, President Baca, Chancellor Harris, members of the board. Education code generally requires community college districts to expend 50% of their current expense of education each fiscal year for salaries and benefits of classroom instructors, with various exemptions provided for in law. The districts who are not able to meet that criteria are required to report to our office a plan for retiring any unexempted deficiency by June 30th of this year. So our office is in charge of monitoring compliance with that law. There are, however, allowable exemptions in law, as detailed on page 29 of the agenda. I won't go into excruciating detail over all of those issues, but I will point out a few that are allowable exemptions for hardship. This year, rather for the 11-12 year, we have 3 districts who did not meet the 50% criteria. Those 3 community college districts are West Kern, Lake Tahoe, and Palo Verde. The exemptions, the relevant exemptions are, I'll walk through here on page 29, are the comparable salaries exemption. So districts that have salaries higher than the average of comparable districts are eligible for an exemption under our Title V regs. Under the serious hardship criteria, there are 5 areas of exemption. I will highlight 2 of them. Number 3, unanticipated, unbudgeted, and necessary expenditures are eligible for an exemption. And number 5, the categorical program backfill. So districts that use their general purpose funding to backfill the very serious categorical program reductions we experienced in 2009-10, that also is an allowable exemption. So as mentioned, we did have 3 districts this year who did not meet the criteria and have all filed for exemption. And based on an analysis of the data presented to us, our staff is recommending that the board approve exemptions for those 3 districts. I will briefly walk through each district and what the basis for the exemption is. On attachment A, page 31 in the agenda, Lake Tahoe is requesting an exemption based on the categorical program backfill criteria. The total amount of exemption that they are requesting is $131,000. Again, we find that based on our regs and with precedent of the board has set in the past that is an allowable exemption, and we request that exemption be granted. On page 32, attachment B, the Palo Verde Community College District has also requested an exemption. They are requesting an exemption based on the unanticipated, unbudgeted, and necessary cost criteria. Palo Verde, as you know, has undergone very serious financial hardship in recent years due to significant debt that they've incurred. They've, I think, in our opinion, has made great progress in cleaning up the financial problems, and also they've greatly improved their standing with the Accreditation Commission under Denise Whitaker's watch over the last year or so. In the course of looking through their budget, they've hired a consultant to truly examine their budget problems, and he came up with a series of issues that were of major concern to the district. And in order to clean up the house in the 11-12 year, they enacted a series of benefit opt-outs and voluntary resignation and workforce reduction in lieu of layoffs to handle that situation in an ongoing manner. That does incur some short-time costs, however, that will otherwise get them on the wrong side of the 50% law criteria. But we find that our staff recommends that exemption be allowed so that the district can deal with their serious financial situation. On page 34, attachment C, the West Kern Community College District has asked for an exemption, and the criteria used here is the comparison of similar classroom salary, salaries of classroom instructors among comparable districts. I think the key piece of data is on page 35. At the top there, you see the average cohort is $2,126 per FTS salary. The West Kern Community College average salary per FTS is over $3,000. So clearly they are well above average, and we find that they are eligible for exemption under our analysis. So with that, I would also further note that none of the faculty for those districts has filed any formal opposition to the exemption. And this item was heard in consultation council in February. I think the concerns raised there, I would briefly summarize as there was some concern about the level of reserves that the districts had. Some faculty groups believe that if districts have significant reserves, then we should not be allowing the exemptions. I would note that there's nothing in the regs that speaks to reserves to disallow an exemption. And I would also note that given these very difficult financial times where for the 11-12 year we had about 18% of our total budget deferred, we had significant cuts, we had the trigger cuts, having a high reserve is a very prudent stance on the part of districts. So in our analysis, we believe that these exemptions are allowable. We do have representatives from each of the 3 districts here if you have detailed questions. But other than that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Had West Kern requested this in the past few years?
Not recently. I think I will note this is the 2nd consecutive year for Palo Verde, but I believe it's been many years since West Kern has requested an exemption. 2000. In the year 2000, they had an exemption.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Baum?
The same for Lake Tahoe, is this the first year that they've requested it?
My understanding is yes. Certainly not recently.
I'll move approval, but I also want to say, a lot of these, as a sitting board member, I see these as policy decisions that the board has made that has allowed the district to get into this situation. And if the boards were more cognizant of ensuring a priority is to meet that 50% threshold, then they would be making other changes in the management of the district so that they can be in compliance with the law. And I don't want to see a consistent number of districts coming by and saying, we got ourselves into a bind, can you give us this waiver? Because I think that is not a good precedent to continue. And some of the things I've seen here don't seem like extraordinary circumstances, except for perhaps what happened with the state fiscal crisis and all. But some of the things look to me like management decisions that didn't turn out right, and that we're allowing these waivers as a result.
We have a motion, a second. Member Reed. Any further discussion? I might just comment just very briefly that, and I think it's important to make the statement, that we do have often a lot of discussion with regard to the 50% law, but you know, we can talk about that back and forth, but surely the intent of it is to maintain the focus on the academic instruction that we deliver. So you know, slippage here can certainly pick up, and I think it's very important to reemphasize the importance of maintaining a strong level of instructional academic funding. So I would hope that the 3 districts will move in that direction very aggressively in the next year. There may be some opportunity to deal with some of the shortfalls that they're facing. I will support this, but I think repeated requests to do this probably may not receive the same kind of support in the future. So, with that, if there is no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, action item, consolidation and relocation of 2 San Diego Community College District continuing education centers. This item seeks approval for the San Diego Community College District to relocate the existing programs at the San Diego Center City Campus and the San Diego Cesar Chavez site into a new consolidation location. Chancellor?
Thank you, President Baca, members of the board. I'm going to ask Fred Harris to cover this item. Fred?
Yes, good morning, President Baca, members, and Chancellor. Pleasure to be here with you. This is an easy approve, I hope, for all of you. This is a relocation and a consolidation of 2 sites in San Diego. San Diego has 6 non-credit programs at centers throughout serving its service area, and they're taking what's called the City Center, that can say that 3 times, and consolidating that with the Cesar Chavez Center and moving the Cesar Chavez Center about 2 blocks in a new and expanded territory so that the same service area is being served. And so because of the changes, it's just a formality or a requirement to come before the board to acknowledge that and to affirm it, and that's what's before you today. There's no increase in the number of centers. Actually, there's a decrease in the number of centers, and I find that the program is, the district is handling their program very well, and this is to be noted, and I recommend approval.
A motion?
Move approval.
Vice President Baum. Member Reed. Discussion? Discussion? Member Belinsky, any comments? All right, if there is no discussion, then vote for approval. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
We have 3 information items. First of all, impact and lessons learned, economic and workforce development grant program. This item seeks to inform the board on the impact of the economic and workforce development program prior to its reauthorization in 2013. Chancellor?
Thank you, President Baca. I will turn this item over to Vice Chancellor Todd Quinlanman. Sorry. Ron.
Did you see that? Okay, great. Good morning. So good morning, Chairman Baca, Chancellor Harris, and members of the board. Since we last spoke, I hope you had seen the announcement that had gone out on February 6th, where we announced a partnership with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And this was to support our rural regions in growing jobs and the economy. As you know, as we went out to the field and listened to the feedback of our regions, a lot of the rural areas said, well, we don't have natural job engines, large companies, so how do we approach this? And so part of our strategy is to support rural regions in growing new businesses as well as growing their small businesses. So Chancellor Harris joined with the USDA in signing a capital a partnership, announcing a capital readiness tour hosted at 11 of our colleges, where we combine our facilities and our training along with the capital that the USDA could bring and give access to our regions. So that was a great partnership in support of jobs and economy. You have to excuse me, I'm a little bit under the weather, so I hope you can hear me, because I can't hear myself very well. Just another tidbit before we start the presentation. Also, we were just recently contacted by a national entity called the Pioneer Institute, and they asked us to apply for a better government competition, which highlights the most innovative ideas in transforming government and the services that it provides. The topic this year is job creation, and they actually found out about us through a communication that Senator Ted Lieu sent out. And so they spent some time on our website researching our work. Whether or not we win this competition, I think is just an honor to be approached, signals that we're going in the right direction. So let me introduce today Gus Kaler, who has joined me. Gus is president of Time Structure, and his background is economic business and workforce development and its evaluation. What we wanted to do was to be responsive to your request for evaluation and results of some of the grant that you have approved through consent or through prior discussions. And Gus has provided technical advice and support to the California Economic Development Panel, the Senate Select Committee on Economic Development, the California Council on Science and Technology, the Legislative Internet Caucus, the Senate Select Committee on Biotech, and the Assembly Standing Committee on Jobs, Economic Development, and the Economy. So Gus Kaler has done the evaluation on our EWD program, Economic and Workforce Development Program, and he has a 1-inch thick evaluation that that he has available to you if you'd like to read it. But I challenged him with the fact that we only have 15 minutes today, so we're going to reduce it to 5 slides. and for those of you who would like some midnight reading, we can provide you the full documentation. So let me just take us back into the context. As you know, we have been doing a lot of administrative fixes under the Doing What Matters for Jobs and Economy framework, which calls us to target our incentive investments at sectors important to economic regions, and then providing technical assistance. So when we talk about the targeting of incentive investments, we talked about 3 funding streams that we will braid under a unified framework of jobs and economy. One of those is called EWD, so Economic and Workforce Development, which was reauthorized by Senator Ted Lieu in SB 1402. So this is the specific funding stream that Gus has evaluated. So that's where we're going to deep dive. So just some top-level summary. It's in 2011-12, the budget for this program was roughly $23 million, and that represented about 104 grants that were made to the system. They're subdivided by legislation into multi-year initiatives as well as short-term grants, and these are all competitively awarded. So the multi-year initiatives range in a number of sectors that you see there, as well as technical assistance areas. So ranging from advanced competitive technologies to biotech to international trade to new media and entertainment. And then annually, we also have multiple cycles of competition on projects that range anywhere from $150K to $500,000. So based on the scope of work that colleges apply for, they can also receive a short-term grant. So this gives you the idea of their dispersion in terms of geographic dispersion, which is the chart on the right side. Some high-level summary in terms of impact. Roughly half of the individuals served in through these programs are what we consider our students, regular students, and then the other half are what you call incumbent workers, so current employees of companies, and to help them retain their jobs or to reskill. So for example, earning certifications such as NAVCEP, which is for solar, Microsoft certification, Customer Service Academy certifications. Those are among the types of skilling that is helpful to the businesses as well as these individuals. And this is all allowable and directed by the scope of work of this legislation. And in addition, roughly 2,400 businesses are assisted not only on the training side, but also some small business planning, how to apply for loans, and includes organizations like the LA Metro System as well as Department of Transportation. And lastly, the requirements of the funds require match. So 26.7 million in industry match has been garnered for the roughly 23 million in program funds. So then let me jump into giving you a feel for a range of the programs that have been supported by these grants. So Gus, could you share with us maybe 3 examples of case studies here?
Yeah, first, thank you very much for inviting me to speak, and I appreciate the opportunity. These are 3 projects that are case studies that are actually in operation now. We did our study a few years ago, and so I looked for examples that are current rather than older examples. The first one is centered around veterans who had returned from war to our country, and this is a project put on by Sierra College Center for Applied Technologies, and it was partnered with the Conservation Corps, which is very common in this program, partnering with groups as well as business. And the project basically certified veterans in lighting and electrical technology that helped them put together a resume, and also helped them with a job search so they could be employed. And the training was actually very applied. It involved retrofitting DMV offices throughout the state. Secondly, was a small business export effort with the El Camino Center for International Trade, which is the Green Export Enabler Program. And in this case, the company Springboard, the Springboard company, had a very good technology for taking like various kinds of oils that are developed like at food restaurants and things around the world, and producing diesel from these things. The Green Export Enabler Program allowed them to participate in a U.S. trade pavilion, and this got them experienced in trade so they could do like set up in 14 different countries, which is really quite an expansion for a small company. And then finally, the moving immigrant health workers into healthcare jobs. We have a lot of very well-trained people who come to this country, but they're not able to be licensed in healthcare. This is a project that's been going on for a while at the Grossmont Cuyamaca Community College. It's called the Welcome Back Center. It's not just there, but it's around the state. So as I pointed out, we have legal immigrants coming into California who are trained but can't actually find work. At the same time, we have a shortage in healthcare workers. So they are assessed. The coursework they need is identified. This leads to them successfully passing a licensed nursing assistant program or a vocational nursing program. And I can attest to the value of this program from my own personal experience. We had a lady who was cleaning our house from the Ukraine, and she was able to become a nurse at Kaiser through this program. And this is not an uncommon experience. It's extremely important to healthcare. So, and Kaiser is very supportive of this in a way. So those are my examples.
Thank you. Now, you had done a return on investment analysis. What did you discover to that analysis?
This is of the existing program, and again, this analysis was done a few years ago. And it was done also before the recession, which creates other issues, obviously. But let me just quickly remind you that a return on investment is really referring to investment you make in a person or a business, like training the people or helping them do business better. And then you want to see, did this result in an improved income, or did the business produce more income? So we did two studies that I want to report here, one on workforce training and one on business assistance, which is directed toward businesses. So for workforce training, and this is all summary, we have much more detailed data, but $10.24 in new wages were paid to trainees for each dollar of training invested. So they made more because they were trained. Secondly, the training produced an additional $164.7 million in wages for everybody who was in the program for 2004 through 2006. So this was not a small improvement. And then third, looking more at the bottom line for taxpayers, it produced $12.3 million in state and local revenues during the same period, 2004 to 2006. And that basically is taxes paid by businesses and workers. Now, if we go to the column on the right, we see business assistance. And here, business assistance increased business wages, the wages they paid their people, and the resulting taxes actually covered the taxpayers' cost of this program, actually exceeded it. So it's better than what it costs. It's just very good. I should mention on the workforce training, we did not crank in the whole issue of people who are on welfare and what happened to them. So this is an underestimate of the improvements. So then secondly, on the business side, it increased employment at a higher rate than the average California business of comparable size. We did a control group, and we looked at them versus who you guys are training, and they did better at increasing employment. And then finally, for every dollar spent in the program, people got an additional $33.97 in wages over the same period I mentioned before, 2004 to 2006. So I would say this program is very efficient. The investment is very effective, and it's a very effective program in terms of doing this. Considering its scale and its size, it worked very well.
So Member Ramos wasn't here, but one of the questions that he had asked was, what were some of the learnings from this prior investments, and how do we move forward? So just some points that you'll see reflected in our strategy moving forward. The first one is the need to serve the regional economy versus the college footprint. It will continue to be a challenge for us with the limited resource to figure out how to enlarge the footprint to not only serve the college footprint, the local footprint, as we always do, but how to expand that also serving needs that follow regional economies. And I think we've talked enough about that. I probably don't need to belabor that. How to better match the demand and supply that is needed at the regional economy level. The second one is given that we have limited funds, how do we target investment so that we gain momentum for the regional economy and growing jobs versus having at-large competition? So it's the balance between being able to target investments in areas that are priorities, sectors that are priorities to these regions versus at-large competition. So that's another area of learning that continues to challenge us. The third one that we definitely want to preserve is that there's such great value to having responsive, organized networks that when it's pre-established, it can respond much more quickly. If you remember the situation that we had with healthcare, where the Lieutenant Governor in the White House had asked us to see whether or not California was interested in doing a workforce development model. Do you remember we were able to turn that around within 30 days and then ended up being written up by the White House instead of following New York? That's an example of an existing network that when it's organized, it can mobilize much faster. And so we want to continue emulating and reinforcing having those authentic types of relationships form on the ground to respond to the economy. And then lastly, but not small, is this issue that Gus has actually termed for me, which was policy silo versus policy unification. And he's been at it for much longer, as I've listed from his resume. But all of these funds were actually created in silos with their initial original intent. When it came to Perkins 1B, which is a federal set of funds, the SB 70, which is now SB 1070, which was about career pathways, and then the Economic and Workforce Development Program. So all of these were concepted in silo. And now our challenge with jobs and economy is how do you actually take these programs with all their parameters and honor all the parameters, but unify the policy so that we can get much further with the same investment. And really that's what we're tackling in the administrative fixes that you've been hearing about under the Doing What Matters for Jobs and Economy framework. So that's the 5 slides that we had for you today in our 15 minutes, I hope. And if there's any questions from the board, we'd be glad to answer.
Thank you very much, first of all, for your presentation and your work. Any questions? Vice President Moore.
Thank you for this. I had a few questions. So this past year, the budget for these grants was about $23 million.
Yes.
And then what do we anticipate it to be this year?
It will be the same.
It'll be the same.
Yes.
And then what is the process for soliciting and reviewing and awarding the grants?
Yes. So right now, there's several tranches of RFAs that are coming out. There's 3 sets of RFAs that have already been released, and there will be more throughout the up to the summer timeframe. They all have 60+ days for responses, and then we have a process right now in place identifying, screening, and then training readers. Clearly, you can't read applications where you have an interest, and also we're looking to match the people with some sector background to the sector review, as well as people who have knowledge of the regional economy to read for the regions regional review. So that's the process.
So then they read, they make recommendations to your team, and then the chancellor then makes recommendations to us, and then we ultimately make the award, correct?
We don't bring, we've already brought to you the approval of the over $100,000 expenditures.
Right, so
Yes.
we've done that. Then do you find any, I was looking at this chart that you provided, do you find any regions more particularly robust in their seeking the grants than others? Since
So that is one of the considerations that we have to make sure that there's some equity amongst regions. So we have modeled out, for example, the number of colleges within an economic region. We've also modeled out the FTEs in the region. So we have an idea of the portfolio and looking to as we look at the size of the pool and number of grants for the region, to make sure that there's some equity between similar size.
Do we use this breakdown of regions consistently as we look at other kind of awards or things like this, 10 different regions?
Well, yes and no, depending on the program, and you know, in this area, there's regions, and then there's even some sub-regions. But depending on other programs, the regions may be different. There's no.
Okay, I was
there's
wondering
no
if there was a consistent.
I wish there were, but there's
see on this. And then, how many of these programs have? They're based at colleges, but do they involve local nonprofits? Do they involve local businesses? How does that in the program development and execution?
Well, these particular set of grants have a fair amount of partnership, and the future moving forward will require even more partnerships. So we're very explicit about serving the region, needing to serve the region, then spelling out the set of partnerships. Some of the requirements of grants, inventory, what are the partners, ask for an inventory of who are the partners, who are the players that touch this particular sector, for example, or who are the sets of in-region partners that touch the economic and workforce development realm. So we're encouraging the system to build those types of authentic networks that we talked about, and it's going to be even more explicit this go round.
So so that's great to hear too, that each of these require local partnerships. And then is there something, are any of these awards given to partnerships between districts or between colleges too? Do they come with a shared, are there many of those in the pipeline?
Right. In the SB 1070 pipeline, there's that one is particularly robust in terms of multi-tiers of education needing to come together.
Okay.
I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I'm also saying do a couple of districts in a specific region, like Pasadena and Rio Hondo, do we ever get together and say, if we see a need in our region and we're going to put together a proposal that also is going to show partnerships with employers in our region or social, workforce training nonprofits in our region?
Yeah, I think these relationships in the older program already existed, regionally, and they're very, very flexible. I think the thing that the Vice Chancellor was pointing out is it's this flexibility that's important. And I think, just to expand on your earlier question, the centers work very, very closely with business in terms of assessing their needs. And they have them on advisory boards like Toyota, very large corporations, as well as little businesses. And so this has been going on for since the beginning of the program. So I think you're looking at something that has immense depth and experience. And I think the big issue that we were concerned about, and that the Vice Chancellor is addressing very firmly, is working with the workforce investment boards more closely, which has been a very hard problem for many years, and other kinds of partnering that is more effective.
Well, I really like this, and I'm excited to see it develop, and I really appreciate the Vice Chancellor's leadership in getting through the pipeline and breaking through the silos, because I'm hearing it more and more too about the partnerships and giving people an incentive to work together for the benefit of all. And just as an aside, last week I was in Los Angeles for an initiative that's led by the Annenberg Foundation. It's called LA in Sync, and it's also about that issue that organizations need to work together for the betterment of the region instead of working separately. And that had the support of both the city leadership, the mayor, plus the business leadership, plus the nonprofit leadership. And I'm glad to see this as a way to kind of also reinforce that need.
Thank you.
Member Reed? No. Any other questions or comments? I just might add a little bit more emphasis to what Vice President Baum was suggesting there in terms of regionalization. And of course, the California economy, as diverse as it is going to work the way it does. And we try to be and have been trying to be as responsive as we can in the community colleges. So this idea of this re-emphasis that you have on regionalization, cooperation, is key to us being able to really deliver some response to the various industry sectors throughout the state. So thank you very much for your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your
Can
time.
you share this with us by electronically?
Absolutely.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
Okay, our next item is state and federal update. Before I turn it over to the chancellor, I just want to thank Vice President Baum and Member Malumed and Keitha Mills, who I think was here a little bit ago, for joining us in Washington. You know, as I mentioned earlier, we had a very good experience there. Among others, we met with some friends of ours in the Congress who were in the state legislature, in particular Congressman Lowenthal, and he reminded us that you know, he's still watching the Student Success Act very closely, and so we told him that we'd keep him as informed as we possibly could about those things, and I don't think that we'll have any problem doing that, so, but we'll be moving forward. But I did want to thank our members and also those others that worked on the team. The FAC also joined us, Jonathan Lightman and Scott. You weren't able to join us, and hope things are well, but you were represented well there. It was very helpful. So the league, of course, is always very much involved in the discussions both in the state and at the federal level in terms of legislation and programs. So with that, Chancellor, I'll turn it over to you.
I'm going to ask Interim Vice Chancellor McGee to cover both of the federal and the state items, but I do want to reiterate Chair Baca's appreciation expressed to the League and the Foundation. These activities are major endeavors when you have dozens of Californians across the country to go to D.C. to do an activity like this. There's a lot of logistics involved, and Scott's folks and Keitha's really stepped up and helped both organizationally and financially. So I certainly want to underscore that. And I want to thank Mike for his leadership and Sandy in the back of the room, standing back there for all of her appointment work. As you can imagine, scheduling appointments in D.C. from this part of the country is not easy. And it's especially complicated when, you know, about half of them change within the last 24 hours. So Sandy and Mike both have a very calm demeanor, at least on the exterior. They may be going crazy underneath the water, but I appreciate the work both of them are doing. So, Mike, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Baca, members of the board, and Chancellor Harris. On the government relations update, you have several handouts that were walked in to you, and I must say that there really isn't any way around that for the March board meeting with the closeness of the date that the bill introduction deadline is and the timing in order to post and mail out the board items. So hopefully the information will be helpful to you, and you may need to follow up on it later, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer, but it has to come together at this kind of last minute way, which is not ideal, but unfortunately that's the way it is at this March meeting. Let me point out some of the handouts as a bit of an overview, and then we'll go into some of the bills specifically. On the matrix, it's listed in priority order, so the first couple pages are top level bills as indicated. It's 6 pages right now. There's about 217 bills on that to look at. There's also a state update narrative, and that document has a couple of pages of overview, followed by brief summaries of the legislation that are in the top level. That'll, again, I'll highlight a few of those as we go forward. And finally, I do have a federal update that includes some recent events that many of us have, you know, if you're watching the news, you already know a little bit about. So let me start with the state update and focus a little bit on a couple issues that have recently come up. As you're aware, in the prior 2 board meetings through the Board of Governors state legislative program process, we did not have bills for the Board of Governors to sponsor. However, more recently, there were a couple of bills that we were invited to sponsor that will come to you for an action item later, but I did want to provide the information to you today. So one of them is a bill by Senator Marty Block to invite us to participate on the Commission on Teacher Credentialing as an ex officio member. And this would replace the seat that the now defunct CPEC held. So it seems fairly innocuous. They came to us with some interest, and they mentioned it through the governor's office. So it just seems like a fairly simple co-sponsorship. The other measure is also in bill form by Assemblymember Mark Levine, AB 1100, and it's on the California Teleconnect Fund. And this is a little more detailed. We were added to the Teleconnect Fund, which enables K-12 districts, community-based organizations, and community colleges to access telecommunications at a discounted rate. And in 2008, community colleges were added to this program. And because we were added, some of the existing participants raised some concerns that community colleges might draw down too much of the money. So through the regulatory process, the Public Utilities Commission put a cap on our access, on community college access to these funds. Fortunately, we've never reached that cap. We're a couple million short of that. But the cap really doesn't have any real policy rationale. And it's something that as we expand our online education, we may want to seek to remove. Currently, the Public Utilities Commission is going through the regulatory process, reviewing these regulations. And in fact, I think Vice Chancellor Perry has statements to make to them to hopefully get that changed through the regulatory process. Now, as we know through our own regulatory process, this might take 18 months or even longer. And with legislation, maybe that speeds it along, or maybe we're able to address any statutory changes that might be needed. So this is something we've done a little bit more research on to see if it's possible to co-sponsor or to sponsor. And it's a bill that should have little opposition. The previous folks who raised concerns, I think one of the CBOs is now defunct, and there really wasn't much of a challenge in the past that caused this regulatory cap. So I want to highlight that it's something that we are interested in seeking your approval on, but for today it's an information item. If you have any questions, Vice Chancellor Perry has been closely involved in that matter, and if you have any, we can bring him in the conversation, unless you would like me to move on.
Member Maluman?
I have two questions. The Commission on Teacher Credentialing, do you envision that that should be a particular board member, if it does pass? Should that be a particular board member from our board going to those meetings? You know, I'm thinking one of the 7 positions from certain groups versus members of the public.
The way I read the legislation, it's up to the Board of Governors to appoint. So
Right.
it's fairly open at this point.
Well, I'm just thinking, I don't know much about teacher credentialing, so I'm just kind of wondering aloud if a member of the public would be the best person to be going to that versus one of our groups that are specific. So I'm just asking that.
Do you have any idea of the intent?
Well, Vice Chancellor Skinner was with me when we had the meeting in the governor's office. It seemed very kind of an innocuous, well, we have this position, the community colleges used to be on the Teacher Credentialing Commission. CPEC's no longer available. They felt it seemed like a natural thing to go back to community colleges. Vice Chancellor Skinner, did you have anything to add on that?
I think that covers it fairly well. I'd only add that they did reference their work around child care credentials as a significant part of the workload that they conduct, and so they'd like our input on that aspect of their operation.
The composition of that board is what? Do you know? Maybe you can
I'm
get
sorry, I
back to us
don't. I'll have to get back to you on that
Yeah,
one.
if you can get back to us on that, it might be helpful.
Okay, and then my second question is, the California Teleconnect Fund, Where does that come from? Is that one of those little charges on our phone bill? Okay, and I have a son who's in an industry that uses some of that money for other things. Is that fund changing? Are they increasing the donations, decreasing? Are there a lot of other groups pulling from that fund now? Because I think a lot of people look at that money.
Before the microphone gets to Patrick, the groups, the community-based organizations and the K through 12 districts do access it, but it hasn't been used to its full extent.
Mhm.
And our amount, as I said before, is we haven't reached our cap. If the amount does start to dwindle, the PUC does have the authority to increase that small tax.
Okay.
And my understanding is recently they actually did increase it to raise the entire CTF pool.
Okay.
So that all eligibles could participate at an even greater rate.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Member Belinsky?
Is there an explanation for not reaching the cap?
We use this for
Getting discounts on internet connectivity and also telephone circuit connectivity. Oddly enough, there are a few colleges that just have yet to sign up for the telephone connectivity. We've badgered them over the years saying, hey, this is free money, but there are still a few who haven't filed the paperwork. All of the expenditures we use for the central internet connectivity are absolutely 100% being discounted.
Any other questions?
Thank you. I'd like to go to the update and just walk through a couple of bills. We could spend a lot of time on many of the bills, and I'll highlight a few. And if there's others, please feel free. But there's a number of bills, so we could take hours if we'd like, but I doubt if we do. But I'll go ahead and start. The first bill I want to mention is SB 195 by Senator Carol Liu. You find a brief summary on page 2 of the narrative. That's a very similar bill as SB 721 by Senator Lowenthal last year that was vetoed by the governor. It would set 3 statewide higher ed goals and then develop a process for metrics of those goals. The difference between that bill and the bill that was vetoed is the Office of Policy and Research in the governor's office would be responsible rather than the legislative analyst's office. It's a version of this has been tried several times over the last 5 or 6 years, and the governor's veto indicated he didn't think the LEO was an appropriate place for that. It is something that I expect we'll see through the higher ed committee since the chair is sponsoring it or authoring it. On page 3, I mentioned a couple of bills, AB 955 by Chair Doss Williams, that would allow some intersession extension programs during the summer and winter sessions. As you know, previous versions of this measure have been very controversial in our system. Also on that same page at the bottom is SB 440 by Senator Padilla. That is a bill on the transfer model curriculum. It currently has some minor changes to the 1440 statute, but it is more likely going to be developed as they look at the progress of our transfer degrees moving forward, which is something the senator is still very interested in. If I could go to page 4 near the bottom, I want to highlight SB 173 and 174 by Senator Liu. Those 2 bills deal with adult education and non-credit education. SB 174 is focused only on adult education, but I put it there because the changes it would make may bleed over into non-credit. There's some background noise. Here we go. Let me skip then to page 7. At the top of the page and mention SB 241, Senator Evans' oil severance tax. This is a another version of oil severance tax that has been tried a few times over the years that would actually provide funds to higher education and the Department of Parks and Rec. With the 2/3 majority, there's an interest that this might actually pass this time, and they are interested in higher ed support. And let me skip down, let's see. Let me go to page 10 and mention a couple of bills there. First at the top, 1162 by Fraser on debit cards. Besides that bill, there's a couple other bills that are looking at the policies and the contracts related to the financial aid use of debit cards at the local level. It's highlighted in this bill, but there are other bills, and I'm sure there might be even greater interest than just these few bills that'll come up later. As I mentioned in the overview, there's a number of spot measures, and that just means they can add language to that placeholder in the future. And besides Fraser, we've heard from other members that are really interested in trying to help the students in reducing the fees that some of these debit card charge. Also on that page, SB 141 by Correa, providing education benefits to those children whose parents have been deported, and SB 150, which is a bill on concurrent enrollment, but it also is supporting students who are AB 540 eligible. So if they're AB 540 eligible, but at the high school level, they haven't graduated high school, they don't get the benefits of AB 540 because they haven't graduated high school. When they attend a community college, this bill would do that for them. And that bill is sponsored by the Los Angeles Community College District. And lastly, I wanted to touch on the subject of veterans. It's one of the largest categories of legislation that we have other than tuition fees and financial aid. There's a few bills that we've already mentioned in a previous meeting, like AB 13 by Chavez, that also was recently amended, and that is to provide in-state tuition for veterans that may be from the out-of-state. There are several bills, however, on providing college credit for academic instruction that was in a military setting and for military experience, particularly in the area of medical fields. There's a couple bills that you'll see on that. AB 213 is one of them, and on the last page, I think it's AB 859, and of course there's AB 733. So there's several of these bills that are looking at this issue, which has gained attention at the federal level as well, and was mentioned in some of our meetings in the Capitol. We have a bill that we're under right now by Assembly Member Block from last year that requires the Chancellor's office to look at courses and basically come up with a list that would be appropriate for college credit. But there's several of these bills and quite a bit of interest in looking at this issue. That's a bit of an overview. I know it's a little bit rushed, but there's a fair amount of information just touched on in this overview, and we'll be coming to the board with additional information as we move forward, as well as the consultation council when we prepare for our bill positions. Are there questions about state legislation?
Member Maluan?
So I have a question about, on page 11, AB 409 by Member Quirk Silva. So she's going to require a course. I don't know, is the legislature allowed to require a course? And they're asking it to be offered online, so are they also offering dollars to help develop this course online?
No, they are not. There is a bill that does seek to appropriate funds, an unspecified amount.
And are they allowed
but that's not this bill.
Are they allowed to require that the colleges do a course? I don't know, I'm asking.
I think they can require that a course be offered, but I don't think they can just require that students take it. That's under the purview of the faculty. always new ground to be plowed legislatively.
Any other questions?
Are there questions
from the
on
board?
state? If not, I'll move briefly to federal. And I appreciate the words of the President and Chancellor Harris. Obviously, for me, there was some lessons learned, especially in speaking. But staff, particularly, as you mentioned, Sandy, but also with the league at all levels and the foundation, were incredibly helpful. From anything from organizing the food to making sure things move forward. So the league really did step up, and so did our foundation. So I want to add my words to that. On the federal update, there's a little bit of information here, but as we know, sequestration is the eclipse that they're focused on. It may affect a lot of things in the future. It doesn't affect Pell right now, but the expectation is that it will in the future. As was mentioned before, we did receive a lot of receptivity for our veterans issues. There are federal bills that would address some of the things like resident tuition that we're trying to do here at the state level. But until they figure out the fiscal crisis, we don't expect a lot to get done. The Workforce Investment Act is looking to be reauthorized as usual, but again, until they figure out the fiscal crisis, there isn't much to report on. We have included several of our House and Senate measures that were introduced that we're going to monitor, and it's a different process than ours. It can move at a much slower pace. But rather than go over that, it's there for your information unless you have questions.
Vice President Baum?
I had a question. Thank you also for arranging the meetings, too. I think they were very productive, and I want to stress these were bipartisan meetings. We met with both leaders in Democratic Party, but also Republican leaders, and one of the meetings with Buck McKeon, the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, and he said to us that get ready for sequestration, because if sequestration goes through, there are going to be a lot of veterans that are going to be discharged early to help because of the DOD. Do we anticipate that happening? That there will be a lot of folks who will be leaving the military as a result of sequestration, and then obviously the first stop a lot of them have is I wasn't aware yet too, but I guess they won't be or renewing people as
Wasn't aware of that information, although the cuts are pretty significant in the civilian population, and the Department of Defense will feel it first. With the military, I expect them to offer early departures like they've done in the past.
If I may quickly, Scott Lay with the Community College League, and I was on the phone with Jihang Lee this morning because I'm going out tomorrow. There's actually a meeting in the House about the continuing resolution this Wednesday. Now, the snowstorm may cancel it, but most people believe sequestration will be replaced by some sort of budget deal. And so those more general defense cuts will likely be replaced with more targeted cuts, and I don't think we're prepared for an additional huge load of veterans, but clearly sequestration and overall budget cuts are of concern to us.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that information. And you're going to get caught in another snowstorm? Boy, let's hope not.
We're both flying out and we're testing each other.
Let's hope not.
But I want to stress we also had a warm reception by the legislative director for Kevin McCarthy, too, who was eager to work on some of these issues, and Scott Teresa was very helpful as well in those meetings.
Member Malumet?
And I was just going to mention for the board members that were not with us, the representatives from the San Francisco area did want to talk to us about the City College of San Francisco, Leader Pelosi's office, George Miller, and Senator Boxer. So that's also on their minds. So we were able to talk to them and share what and how we're doing things.
I want to do a footnote, because I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge it was my local district that underwrote my trip to Washington so that we could have a robust delegation. But it was good to see a lot of, more than 50 California community college leaders were in Washington for this gathering.
If I could just add to what Dr. Malumed said, there were several members that emphasized their local interests in their local community college. So as we've often said to our local districts, the closer you can get to your representatives, the better, because at this point they're very focused on what's happening back home.
I might just maybe add a little bit of clarity to some of the issues that both the federal and the state leaders are dealing with in terms of veterans out-of-state tuition. And there are some overlaps there. The VA needs a little bit of a fix on it maybe as to the way they apply it, but there are some jurisdictional issues associated with that, but maybe they can be ironed out. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, members of the board.
We're going to take about a 10-minute break right now so that we can set up our PowerPoint for our next presentation. So we will reconvene in about 15 minutes or so. Okay, we will reconvene now and go on to the budget update. Chancellor?
Thank you, President Baca, members of the board. I'm going to ask Vice Chancellor Troy to carry this item, but I would remind the board that we are now beginning the run-up to the May revise and ultimately to what we expect to be an on-time budget on or about July the 1st. So in the next few weeks, this conversation will become more and more real for all of us. And Dan, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chancellor Harris, President Baca, members of the board. In the past couple of years that I've been providing budget updates to you, generally the news has ranged from gloomy to gloomier. This year it's a little bit brighter, thanks to the passage of Prop 30 and a slowly recovering California economy. Governor Brown was able on January 10th this year to introduce a budget that is substantially balanced both for this year and over the next subsequent several years. That means relatively good news for the community college budgets as well, again, relative to recent years, that we'll be looking for opportunities to reinvest into education and to restore some of the cuts that some of the very, very severe cuts that the system has received over the last few years. Our key approach is to look for a very balanced strategy. We're focused primarily on what we call the big three. Restoring access. We've lost about 470,000 students over the past few years, so certainly we want to educate as many students as we can. Address increases in district core operating costs. There's been no cost of living adjustment provided to districts since the 2007-8 fiscal year. That obviously compromises districts' ability to keep up with increasing expenses over that time. And also to improve student success and support, and that could contain restoring some of the categorical cuts that were inflicted on the system in the 2009-10 year, and ensuring that the budget is shaped towards supporting the Student Success Task Force agenda, which this board has worked so hard on over the past couple of years. The governor's budget, again, does provide new funding for us, but it also contains a lot of very, very significant policy proposals. I have a handout for you. I think it's in front of you right now. There are so many proposals, I think you probably will want to follow along. You need a scorecard to keep up with a lot of the suggested changes. So I thought it'd be useful to walk through some of that right now. The budget does include about $197 million in increased general purpose apportionment funding. The governor does not himself specify whether those funds should go toward access or a cost of living adjustment. He leaves the allocation of those dollars to the board to determine. Now the legislature may have their take on whether they want to allow the board to have that authority or whether they want to help direct those dollars themselves. But I think it is significant that the governor is interested and I think recognizing the power of this board to oversee districts. The budget includes $179 million to buy down the existing deferrals. That would bring the total down to $622 million. As recently as before Prop 30, we had $961 million in total deferrals. So I think one of the key issues we'll want to discuss as the budget process goes forward is recognizing the need to retire these deferrals. How quickly do we need to do that in light of the system's other very serious needs? The Prop 39 also passed in November in addition to Prop 30. That is estimated to provide roughly $900 million to $1 billion in new revenue for the state. Under the Department of Finance's interpretation, that new revenue, while on the natural, increase the Prop 98 guarantee, so there's more funding available for community college districts because of that increase. Prop 39 also has a requirement that about half of that revenue for the first 5 years should go toward projects that maximize energy efficiency and also workforce development. So the governor uses that increase in the guarantee to count against the energy efficiency requirement. So we're slated for $49.5 million in Prop 39 funds. The governor wants to use that for energy efficiency. The governor also has a very significant proposal to expand online education. This is obviously a proposal very dear to the governor. He has similar proposals for UC and CSU. Notably, he spent 2 days at the UC Board of Regents sitting there himself, not as designee, and that was one of the issues that he really emphasized while he was there. So obviously this is an issue very important to him. We think it has the potential to be a very student-friendly initiative. We do have a separate item on this later in the agenda, so I think I'll defer most of the discussion till then, but that is an important issue. In addition to some of the funding, the governor proposes some very, very significant policy proposals. Most notably, he proposes to shift primary responsibility for adult education from K-12 to the community colleges. With that shift does come a $300 million categorical or block grant, if you will, to expend on those services. Notably, he does also at the same time have trailer bill language that came out in February that would eliminate our existing practice of non-credit instruction. So he would repeal those non-credit courses and funding rates and really fundamentally rethink how education is provided to adult learners in our state. I should note, in repealing the non-credit funding, he does not take those apportionment dollars away. So it's anticipated that districts would take that's $200 and some odd million and shift it into credit instruction. But again, the only dollars identified in the entire state budget for adult education would be that $300 million in our budget. So this is a very significant issue. The governor takes another spin on the completion issue. We've seen this in the past where it's proposed that we're be funded upon course completion rather than on the census date enrollment. The proposal the governor has this year would phase in that change over a 5-year period at a pace to be determined by the board. I think the interesting spin on that this year is that he's not proposing it to take dollars away from the district, but rather to shift the lost apportionment dollars to categorical support for students. We continue to have some concerns with the proposal. Notably, course completion does not mean program completion. We think there'll be very significant differential effects amongst our districts. We fear that it may discourage districts from offering very important transfer courses such as math, economics, computer programming courses that have below average completion rates but are very important classes for students to take if they seek transfer or degrees. The governor proposes, as of July 1 of this year, to cap funded instruction or rather reimbursed instruction for students at 90 units. So if a student has taken more than 90 units statewide at the community college level, they would have to pay the full freight for the course, except under certain circumstances where the district could provide waivers for that fee. Even under that circumstance, though, the district would not be funded for the instruction, so it would be on the district's dime to provide that waiver. Similar proposals are made for UC and CSU, I should note there. Another major policy proposal is a rethinking of the BOG fee waiver regarding student economic need. Right now, students essentially self-report their income under Part B of the BOG fee waiver process, and the governor would prefer that all students use the FAFSA for that scenario. Our student services folks note that over 80% of BOG fee waiver recipients already fill out a FAFSA, so to some extent this would not necessarily change the universe for our students. But we do note a couple of complications with this proposal, and one of them is that many students tend to sign up rather late for our courses for their first term, and probably too late to get any financial aid out of it. So even if we were to say that the student could get a pass on that first term and utilize the existing process, have them use the FAFSA by the second term, that would clean up a lot of the issues inherent to that proposal. And we note that the Board of Governors has certainly enacted some reforms over the past couple of years for the BOG fee waiver process, and one of them is significantly in SB 1456, where we require the student make sufficient academic progress to maintain that subsidy. So I think we can suggest that we already have some very significant reforms going on with the fee waiver process, and that maybe we should have some time to implement those existing changes before we move on to new proposals. The LAO has released their response to the governor's budget, and while the LAO does not have a vote in the legislature, they can definitely set the framework for discussion as we get into the significant hearings. Some of the key issues the LAO has brought up in relation to the governor's budget proposals are they are not supportive of the unallocated base increases. They'd like to keep the legislature involved in determining how those dollars are allocated to districts. They have very, very significant concerns about the governor's treatment of Proposition 39. They both critique the governor's treatment of Prop 39 within the Prop 98 guarantee. They believe that those dollars should be separate from the 98 calculation. They believe the voters were told that that's how it would work. It should be noted that they were the ones who told the voters that that's how it should be worked, so they have an incentive in maintaining that position. But further, they don't like the way the dollars are allocated out. The governor proposes that the Prop 39 dollars be allocated by FTS in our system and ADA and K-12, and they think that that is contrary to the intent of Prop 39, which is focused on maximizing energy efficiency, and they think you should have an ultimate grant process to have entities bid on to demonstrate how they are going to maximize their energy efficiency. So they prefer dollars go out that way rather than per student. The LAO does criticize the funding on completion proposal. They note that completing a course is not the same thing as completing a program, and that about 85%, we already have about an average of 85% course completion in our system, so they just don't think there's a lot of more return on investment to get out of that change. And in terms of adult education, as you probably recall, Mr. Steenhausen from the LEO presented his report to the board in January, and they came to the conclusion that while adult education, there was major policy issues up in the air, and that the legislature does need to spend some time sorting out those issues. They disagree with the idea of shifting responsibility to community colleges, primarily because the colleges many colleges don't do a lot of the GED type work that is envisioned, I think, by adult education, and that you have some existing programs in place at the K-12 level, and they think that maybe disrupting that is not, should not be the key goal. The legislature will begin their delve into the community college issues in earnest in April this year, and that's where they'll really get into the detail for some of these policy proposals. But they have had a couple of overview hearings where they've looked at the higher education budget in general. And I think the big takeaway for the community colleges for those hearings are that there is a lot of recognition and support among the legislature and the staff, I think, for the work that this board has done on the Student Success Task Force. I think they see that we have a very active discussions and implementation underway of ways of increasing student success and completion, and that seems to be the context in which they're reviewing a lot of the governor's proposals. They think the governor's heart, as we do, is in the right place. He's focusing on improved success and completion. There may be some disagreement about how to best go about doing that and under what time frame. So in short, I think the Student Success Task Force has done us a lot of good in the legislature. Broadly, there's a lot of very, very meaty issues here to discuss. We could probably have an agenda item and discuss any one of them for about an hour. But I would note that I'd rather have complicated money than no money. And I'm glad that we're not talking about trigger cuts this year. So we are very grateful to the governor for his support of Prop 30 and for reinvesting in higher education for the first time in several years. And with that, I'd answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Troy. Appreciate that update. And I do have a question, but we have a member of the public who would like to address the board. Okay. We do have a member of the public who would like to address the board.
Scott Hamilton from Consummate River College.
Good morning, thank you. I wanted to make 2 points, and I am representing the California Association on Post-Secondary Education and Disability, which is the professional organization for DSPS, Disabled Students Programs staff at all the colleges in the system. One is to thank the board for the last couple of years of making categorical restoration priority in the budget process, the state budget process, and if the $197 million of unrestricted or unspecified funds gets into the community college budget, to remember that the DSPS programs, EOPS, the categorical programs have had a 40% cut, and one of your stated goals is to get that restored. So to try and make sure that for the purposes of, at least with DSPS, civil rights and basic access to course materials and the instructional process, that a significant amount of money get put back into the DSPS portion of the budget. DSPS cannot restrict the number of students that it serves, and we've actually had, I believe it's a 7% increase in DSPS students since the budget cuts, since the 40% budget cut. There are, someone asked me a question earlier and I looked it up. There have been a 30% increase in Office of Civil Rights complaints since the budget cuts, which shows that there are more violations, there are more problems at colleges getting basic access for students with disabilities. And also, there was a report that was commissioned by the Chancellor's Office last year to look at the effect of the cuts on DSPS. And one of the things that they looked at were survey results from students. And of the students surveyed, which were numbered in the hundreds, 26% of them had to drop or withdraw from a course because they didn't get their accommodations or didn't get them in a timely manner. If you spread that out over the entire state, that percentage, that's over 31,000 students who had to drop a course. Not they couldn't get in a course, they had to drop a course because they couldn't get their accommodations on time. So that's kind of problems that it's creating for tens of thousands of students in the system. So that's my main point. The secondary point, which has been a question that really just came up from a couple of our members over the weekend, related to the adult education shift. And I just wanted to bring up the issue of if adult education is going to shift to the community colleges, first, accommodations, of course, have to be provided for any student who needs them, but it can't be special education. Some people were saying, well, then we need to get special education funds if we're going to be providing special education. Higher education doesn't provide special education. It's a totally different process and philosophy to accommodations for adults.
You'll have to conclude because you're out of time.
Maybe you can go ahead and make a comment.
Okay. 10 years ago, there was legislation to do exactly that. The Chancellor's office estimated that would cost a minimum of $320 million a year to do that. That's my point.
Maybe you can put together something of an information perspective on that for us?
Sure.
From your association.
Thank you. And I hope I didn't lose out by going over time.
Fine. Questions from the board to Vice Chancellor Troy? Member Malumed.
I'm very interested in the common assessment that is ready to go, but just needs, I believe, $10 million. Is that in the budget? Is that in our current budget? Is that something that we can put in this request?
It is not proposed by the governor. So I think what you say is exactly right. I think it is a priority for us moving forward, and I think it's worth noting that that's something that the LAO has pointed out as a priority for them as well. In terms of fitting it into this budget proposal, it's hard to know if there'll be room to do that. You know, we have about $197 million essentially in new base increases, and we have a world of needs after all the cuts of recent years. We've had over $800 million worth of cuts over the last few years, and that's not even counting the loss of purchasing power the districts have experienced through the lack of COLAs.
Well, I would just like to make a little plea. Since I was involved in that action planning group years ago, I think that prioritizing it does save money and allow more counselors to be hired. So I think it's got some strong positives, and I'm just wondering, you know, where and when will it be done? Because it sounds like it's ready to go and it's been tested.
Oh, and I certainly don't dispute that it's a worthy item. We, in fact, it was included within our system budget request this fall. It's only, I feel in my position, I do need to just remind folks that we're not going to be able to satisfy all of the needs of the system in this year's budget with programmatic increases of less than $200 million. Money is tight.
Well, if the legislature is going to start directing where some of this goes, I'd like to help direct them a little bit, maybe tomorrow. I'll just state that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Vice?
Is there any, not truth, but is there a rationale to the requesting the FAFSA that sometimes I've heard the more that you file the FAFSA, the more we might be eligible for Pell Grant recovery, and then that would also bring more revenue to the state. And is there any truth to that?
Yeah, I think that's one of the key rationales for it. I think the other, the LAO has for several years pointed out that we're leaving federal dollars on the table because of that. So I think that's one of the reasons why the governor's proposed it. I think the other reason is that maybe they're a little bit suspicious that if students are not filling out the FAFSA, then it's that it's not totally verifiable what the actual family income is. So I think that's part of their
and what
concern.
Percentage of students are on BOG fee waivers, would you say?
I believe in the last year I'll have to answer this in a slightly different way, but I believe over 60% of our credit units were waived.
Wow.
So it's in fairness to finance's concern, that's it's increased dramatically in recent years. I mean, obviously The economy has a lot to do with that, but that does cost the state Prop $98 when they have to backfill those fee waivers, so that's a fiscal concern on the part of the state.
Member Belinsky?
Just a question in terms of clarification of how this is written here. I mean, what happens to a student who is an older adult coming back and qualifies for a fee waiver? So this both parents thing would drop out because they wouldn't be required, correct?
Yeah, that's a major concern we have in our system, for our system. I think we're a little bit different from UC and CSU in that we have many more returning students. So we retrain workers who are have lost their job or need to improve their skills. And CSU doesn't really have that same issue. The example you point out is the perfect one. You can have a student who took 70 or 80 units in the 90s as they got their first, before they transferred on to UC at that time, and now they want to be retrained as a nurse. They're going to hit up against that limit right away. So I think we need to communicate that message that our system works a little bit differently.
Yes, because just to even say it, when I did work in DSPS services, and I support what Scott said, we would always see a lot of older students who, because they never felt they had the right or whatever to come to school, and so they were suddenly, like even at 40 years of age, coming to school, finally because they had the motivation or whatever the terminology is. They wouldn't have any of this because they're on their own. They're not living with parents, and parents might not even be around, and like, why would you even ask?
Correct.
Anyway.
And I think to your point, I think the board has addressed this issue to some extent through the enrollment priorities, right? We've put the students who have the high unit levels at the back of the line, so we can prioritize those recent high school grads.
Okay, I don't need an answer right now, Chancellor. Maybe this is something that I know we're working on, and we continue to try to deal with adult ed. The governor's attention to this, I think, is very important and certainly commendable. But we seem to be moving in a direction of, let's just not do anything with it and make more money available. I'm just wondering if we're picking up information as to what a proposal is, or something that might be emerging that improves the way that we deliver adult ed in the state. So, like I said, it's not a question for right now, but
Well, I think we need to come back to the board with this fleshed out. I will say in the last 10 days, this issue has become more prominent. And I've had a number of conversations, as I know others in this room have. It's difficult to determine whether or not the proposal is serious enough to really get the motivation to do something between now and the 1st of July. Most of us believe this is such a complicated and significant issue that it is better dealt with over a period of a year with an implementation date if the change is going to be made in July of 14 rather than 13. But I think we're not necessarily in control of that agenda, and we ought to know a whole lot more in the next few weeks, and certainly by the May board meeting. If this is taken a more serious turn, we're going to be back in here with a more in-depth report.
it might be an item that certainly deserves this board working with the superintendent of schools and the K-12 board. And maybe this lends itself to a real opportunity to flesh out some of the stuff. Member Belinsky and then Vice President Vaughn.
Curious, in keeping with this, what's the reaction from colleges, because you might know more about that, to the elimination of non-credit?
Well, I think all of us believe that's a non-starter, that it's a perimeter of defense that we have to strongly push forward. And we've said that to the governor's staff, to the LAO, to the Department of Finance, most importantly in the last couple of weeks.
I was going to say, should we take it actually as a good sign to that point and to the point that Chancellor Troy made, that the governor actually went to the UC Board of Regents meeting and then he went to the Cal State Trustees meeting, and that he has enough confidence he didn't feel need to come to our meeting to actually lobby for his proposal.
That's certainly the way we interpret it.
Right.
Don't be surprised if the door doesn't open in a minute.
Okay, Vice Chancellor Troy, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
We are going to move on to one more item before we take a lunch break. And so we'll take the first item there for the afternoon session and move it up. And that is the 2013 Hayward Award for Excellence in Education. And I'd like to invite Michelle Pilati, Senate President, and Keitha Mills and Patty Sullivan.
Are the people here?
President Baca, I'm not sure that the awardees are here.
Yeah, well,
I thought we were.
I thought they
Okay,
were.
well, we're gonna.
Well, then we're not gonna do that then.
Wait just a second here.
Can you do the 1440?
Let's,
Well,
yes, let's move.
Michelle, is there something that, leave it as it is?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay,
After lunch is good.
it's fine, we'll just, never mind.
Let's move the student success, or 1440? 1440.
All right, instead of that, we will move the update on implementation of Senate Bill 1440. And this item provides a status update on the implementation of Senate Bill 1440, Padilla Statutes of 2010, the Student Transfer Achievement Reform Act.
President Baca, members of the Board of Governors, Chancellor Harris, good morning. This item, as you introduced, is the update on the implementation of Senate Bill 1440, the transfer guarantee. And this morning I have with me Academic Senate President Michelle Pilati and Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs Barry Russell. And we are going to provide a status update in terms of where we are on degree approval in our system, that primary metric I think that you've been focusing on, and provide a little more kind of context in terms of where we are in terms of implementation. The centerpiece of this morning's conversation, though, is going to be presented by Vice Chancellor Russell, and that pertains to the quantification of the college level goals. So you as a board have established implementation goals of having 80% implementation by fall of 2013 and 100% implementation by fall of 2014. And translating that down to the local level is an important step in terms of making those goals real and concrete and measurable. And so Vice Chancellor Russell is going to walk you through that. Before I turn things over, though, I did want to note a publication that recently came out. It's a report by the Center for the Study of Community Colleges. It's called Implementing Transfer Associate Degrees, Perspectives from the States. And so this report that was put together, edited by Carrie Kisker and Richard Wagner, includes updates on 6 states where transfer reforms are underway. And there's a chapter written by Michelle Pilati and Jane Patton that does a great job of laying out the history of the implementation of our reform in California, and I think does a great job of presenting some lessons learned from our experience and really our successful experience here in terms of providing a roadmap that other states can use as they also try to proceed with implementing efforts to improve and ease that transfer process. So kudos to Michelle and Jane for helping to tell our story. I think it really is a well-written chapter, and we'd be happy to share that with you. So with that, why don't I first turn it over to Michelle and see if she has anything she would like to add. She's a regular partner in this presentation, and then Barry will follow after that.
Good morning. We don't really have any new progress to report out at this point. Things are just moving forward with the disciplines that are currently in progress. We're hoping to convene some CTE disciplines this term, probably looking more at CID descriptors, less so at degrees, but we have a number of degrees that are in process, and so there may be more to report to you next month.
Great. President Baca and members of the board, it's great to be here today to give you a lot of the good news that's going on with the associate degrees for transfer. This process has been going on now for about 2 years. So we've had a lot of work that's happened, a lot of partners in the process. One of them I would specifically like to point out is Complete College America, which provided a $1 million grant
that actually spurred on the work that got us to the point that we are now. That grant is now finishing up, writing the final reports and so forth. But it's allowed us to really pull together the people needed, working with the Academic Senate to make this happen. And so the report today will kind of give a completion of where we are going, and also respond directly to the board's instruction that by 2014, that 100% of the degrees would be developed. And there are a lot of definitions around that, but basically we refer to it as the 100% goal. And so what we did was sent out information, sent out a survey to all of the districts, asking them to have an internal discussion about what degrees were they going to develop, what fit their population, what fit their curriculum, and have a really thorough discussion locally about what their local goals should be, and then submit to us that list. So the report that you have in front of you is a little bit different than the list that we normally provide every couple of months. It's actually provided at the end of each month. We update this report. But there are a few added columns at the top. The report does provide the number of degrees. We are now over 600 degrees that have been developed across the state. So our number keeps going up. That's a good thing. But what we included are the first four columns actually focus on the 100% goal certification piece. So the first column provides the number that the college, and you should have a copy of this in front of you, right? The first column is the actual number that the college has certified that they've established as their goal. That by 2014 they will achieve these many associate degrees for transfer in their curriculum. The second column gives you the current status of how many they have approved. The next one are how many they are approving. And then the next column is where they are on that target to 100%. And then way over on the right side, there are also two more additional columns. Just to give a little bit more of the story, because we have many colleges out there who are going beyond the current degrees that they have and are actually establishing new degrees because they see the benefit of having these degrees and these guarantees for students. And so they are actually building degrees past where they are. So that's what the last two columns are about, is the next to last column are degrees that are being developed in disciplines in which the college didn't previously have an associate degree. And then the last column is the number of degrees that they currently offer that they've decided that they don't want to develop an associate degree for transfer. And that is a local decision could be based on lots of different things that are going on the campus. Could be enrollment strategies, it could be outdated curriculum that they've decided they don't want to continue, or it could be limitations on faculty. There are all sorts of things that could go into that. But the most important thing to note is that campuses did have local discussions and did set these goals very seriously. So the report now provides that information. Another report that we're able to do now is by discipline, give you some idea of the coverage across the state. And so there is a chart that provides by discipline the number of colleges that currently offer, in the blue column, we try to stay with the same color scheme, so blue always means what is currently offered. And then the yellow or goldish color are the ones that are being developed. So it gives you an idea of the degrees that are coming down the pike and the ones that we already have covered across the state, which in some ways crosses over with the previous Doing What Matters presentation, that we are trying to focus on curricula that are needed in the state for the economy, and make sure that those are represented throughout the system. There is an addition to that last chart to provide you kind of a peek into what's being developed. And this is actually probably not a complete peek, but into what is coming down the pike, because there's still quite a few other disciplines that are meeting and talking about do they want to develop these associate degrees for transfer. But these are the ones that are kind of far down the path and are developing. Two things I want to say about this list. There are 2 degrees here, philosophy and Spanish, that are actually being released today. The forms are all done. There's been some internal discussions. So those actually will move up. The next report you see, those will be up in the first report and no longer down here at the bottom, because they are done. And colleges are submitting proposals. The others here that I would kind of put an asterisk beside, and this would include nursing and the engineering and possibly the sciences, is that these are programs that are being reviewed as associate degrees for transfer, but they really don't qualify under the 1440 rules, because in most cases they have more than 60 units at the associate's degree level. But we found that the process works so well to getting faculty together and having this discussion that we're mirroring that process to still develop a statewide curriculum, because it makes so much sense. And the CSU is interested in these students transferring, but unfortunately the way 1440 was initially written, it only limited to 60 units at the associate's degree and 60 units at the upper level. These programs may actually be more like 70-50 split, and they still may be 120 units, but the distribution might be a little different than what the regular degrees are. So just a little caveat to that list, that we are finding out, we're taking something that works and trying to apply it in other areas as well. And this is just a graphic interpretation of that same list. We figure over time we'll be able to flash these up, and sometimes it's like the picture says 1,000 words sort of thing that we wanted to provide. And then the last one, and then here's another kind of thermometer which shows you where we are towards our goal. And then the last one is to show you over time. We start all the way back in March of 2011 and track the number of degrees that have been done. The North Star, or whatever that is, up in the right-hand corner is our goal. We do have a lot of work and a long ways to go before June of 2014. But the colleges are showing every indication that they're submitting proposals, they're having these discussions, they're doing a lot of hard work. One of the things we've done to make this work even more valuable is this direct connection to the CID process, which is the course identifier process. And so if we can get the 2 things to match up at the same time in June 2014, we will have gone a long way of providing a basis for our students to transfer in the system without a lot of bumps in the road.
Thank you all very much for your presentation. Questions from the board?
I think the chancellor.
The chancellor, you have something?
Just
Member
a quick
Billings?
question. Is this posted on the web already?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll just say, how amazed and pleased I am to see all this progress. I remember when you first brought this, and it was an empty page, and to see the progress, and it had the questions at the time about why certain disciplines were getting more traction earlier than others that you've been able to answer. And it's just, the only way that could make it any better is if it was cardinal and gold instead of blue and gold, from where I sit.
That was good.
It's really remarkable, and the districts I know are having working very hard to meet these, and it's great to see the progress.
I second that motion on the cardinal red.
I'm going to be even more outspoken than the vice chair of the board. this is really remarkable progress, and the number of people hours behind this report is probably difficult, if not impossible, to calculate. But we continue to have, outside of our system, critics who would argue that we're not moving far enough, fast enough. And I just want to push back against that. The progress that's been made is remarkable. It shows every indication of hitting the goals of 80% by the end of this academic year and 100% next year. It is not work that should be rushed beyond the capability of our faculty, because it involves faculty-to-faculty conversations, faculty working together in disciplines across the state. This is not easy work, and it's not quick work, and it's such important work that we don't want to allow our critics to flog us into short-circuiting this process. So when we go out into the broader community and we hear people who say, oh, gee, you're not making enough progress, I sort of challenge all of us to push back against that, because that is simply not true.
And I think the value of, you've given us this report at every meeting, and for us to be able to say, this is something at the forefront of our attention has been very important, that we haven't had a meeting where we haven't talked about this in quite some time.
Yeah, there is maybe one or two think tanks that are being somewhat critical of what we're doing with regard to this. A lot of work. I would suggest to them that they put things more in context, just so that they can have a better perspective on it. But the movement that we've seen is extremely commendable, and I know that there's been a little bit of pushback from maybe some of the colleges, and that certainly has to do with the quality or the development as opposed to the merits of it. So I think when people are looking at us and looking at this in particular, that that they understand that the quality issues have to be addressed, and it can't just be the impatience of just trying to get it done, because we know well that when we move something very quickly and without a buy-in, and we haven't covered the bases, that we end up having to do a lot of cleanup that ends up costing us even more time, and we're not effective. So I commend you for the work that you've done, because it's important work, and I think we're as a chancellor and Vice President Baum are suggesting great movement. Thank you very much.
I just have one question of clarification. As I read it, virtually every district, I could only find one or two on this entire sheet that either has the degree approved or the degree in progress of being approved to meet their target. Is that true? Yeah, so it's everybody is on the right path toward what they need to be doing.
And if I could just add one note, something that we would urge the board to keep an eye on as we move forward is the column that is the target. As Vice Chancellor Russell pointed out, that was those targets. So this is the ADT target certified to be offered. So it's the first column after the name of the college. That as Vice Chancellor Russell pointed out, was developed in coordination with the local college, and so it was a dialogue back and forth. That dialogue continues. There's some of the targets that I think are going to be pressing back on and having a conversation with the local college about whether the number of degrees they set as their target is appropriate. And in particular, our concern would be if the number is too low. And this is a process that we've all proceeded with, and wanting to see full and robust implementation of this reform. And so I think as a board, that's something you need to hold colleges accountable for, which is setting a viable target and really an appropriate target. And the goal is to make this associate degree for transfer pathway the prominent and the default pathway for all our transfer areas. So just expect some more conversation on that front.
Well, certainly that's a question I would have asked, and I'm trusting that the process will dig into that, as opposed to us having to dictate.
And then lastly, I would just note, our work on this front continues with great urgency, and I think anybody who would attend the implementation and oversight committee meetings or participate in any of the engagement we have with the colleges people would definitely see we're not resting on our laurels on this. While there's great success here, I think the spirit we need to continue approaching this work on is that there's a lot more work ahead. And last note on that, I think that the real pressure for progress will end up coming from students on this front. As colleges approach their campus and say, I'm looking for an associate's degree in transfer in a particular discipline, well, if the college doesn't offer that, that's going to send that student shopping around somewhere else. And I think our colleges will feel that pressure over time as well, and that's a healthy and a good pressure, I think. At the end of the day, this whole reform is about help better serving our students, and that needs to be our focus.
Member Belinsky?
Just to add in the fact, as you're saying that I'm reminded what the UC system did in terms of saying if a student had one of these, they would get additional value in their application, and we've been saying that at our college to students, get it even if your goal is UC, because you will get some preference.
Anything else? Okay, Vice Chancellor Skinner and Russell, thank you very much. Academic Senate President Bellotti, thank you very much for your work. We will now break for lunch and reconvene at about 1 o'clock. All right, we will reconvene our meeting. And before I go to our first item this afternoon, I would like to have the Mount Sac folks stand up. The students. You want to come up and introduce yourselves and introduce everyone, if you could. Who would like to come?
Who's the head of the delegation?
Mohammed.
Well,
tell us what you've been doing. Introduce yourselves and introduce your advisors and what you've been doing.
Well, my name is Ahmad Azawi. I'm the student body president at Mount Sac. And we have our lovely advisor, Marianne Talon Levesque, alongside Edwin Romero. Put your hand up. Can't see it. There it is. Here we have a range of students from student government, other clubs on campus, and we came together to Sacramento for the March in March. And we're here advocating for the students, and just like you are, and you guys are handling in the boardroom or out in the streets. We'll be here someday, hopefully.
Ahmad, tell us what you did this morning and who you may have met with.
This morning, we've done a lot of things.
Done a lot of things. We'll just highlight. Just highlights.
The highlights.
Marianne, you.
I'm gonna help you out.
All right, help me out,
Okay.
please.
So because the students don't all know, we have some students right now visiting with legislatures, so we're unfortunately not sure who they're meeting with. I just got a text that our Mount Sac student trustee and one of our advisors is with the assembly or in the assembly chambers. So they made the rounds early this morning too, so they've been out on the field, we'll say, and I'm not sure who they've had a chance to meet with. We have some other students that are at the Capitol with another person right now, and then these folks wanted to come and see how you do business here, and also they wanted to see their trustee in action. So that's really the reason. I told them that they can't stay for the whole meeting because we have to catch our bus back. We'll be back about midnight tonight. But they are really sad that I'm going to pull them out a little early, so I apologize for the disruption ahead of time. But we're really excited to be here and to hopefully watch you for a few minutes as you convene your meeting.
Well, we're very happy to have the advisors here, but we're especially happy to have the students driving up yesterday and spending the night, and then you're going to be driving back this afternoon. So safe travels going back, and thank you very much for what you're doing. It's very, very important. Ahmad, thank you.
I just want to, one of the things, because what's so great that you're here today, tomorrow we're going to go out to meet with the legislators. And you really set the table for us to, because we'll be speaking to individuals, and they'll know the day before they heard from the students in their community. And that's going to be very helpful as we go back and make the case tomorrow. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ahmad, and thank all of you.
Thank you.
So we'll be having awards right now. Hopefully you can stick through a couple of items, and then we'll Elida, just slip on out. Okay. The 2013 Hayward Award for Excellence in Education, Michelle Pilati, Keitha Mills, and is it just the two of you? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, President Baca, Vice President Baum, members of the board, Chancellor Harris. We're pleased to be here with you today to present these awards. The Foundation for California Community Colleges supports the community colleges through a variety of programs and services throughout the state, but perhaps the most rewarding work we do is when we have the opportunity to honor those in our system that are making a truly impactful difference for our community colleges and our students. The Foundation is very proud to work alongside the Board of Governors and the Academic Senate to make these awards possible for yet another year. The Foundation's support comes in the form of a cash stipend that will be awarded to each of today's honorees. The cash stipend is $1,250 that goes to each of the awardees, and we hope that this award not only helps recognize the terrific work that has been done by each of today's honorees, but we also hope that this award helps incentivize more of this work into the future throughout the system. I want to offer on behalf of the Foundation a hearty congratulations to each of today's honorees, and really a hearty thank you for your terrific work to help promote student success and help our students succeed. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Academic Senate President Michelle Pilati to announce today's awardees.
I too would like to congratulate all of our award winners, and just to give you an idea of what the award is about, I'm going to cheat and read from the description because I can't say it any better. Today we are here to honor faculty who have a track record of excellence both in teaching and in professional activities and have demonstrated commitment to their students, profession, and college. So these are individuals who are working with and for their students, with and for their communities, and with and for the state and the community colleges as a whole. So we're very, very proud of them and delighted to be able to honor them today. We divide the state up into 4 areas, and so we have one award winner from each of those 4 geographical areas, and we will invite the award winners up one by one to receive their check and their plaque, and then we'll have a photo opportunity, and then we'll have you go back, and then we'll have all the award winners come up, so don't run out after you get your check. Okay. So I believe Dr. Baca is going to assist us in this process. So our first award winner from Area A is Carolyn Borg. She is a counselor at Shasta College. Carolyn? You can tell we practiced that, right? Next up from Area B, we have Foothill College Language Arts Professor Scott Langford. Scott, please join us. Next, from Area C, we have art history professor Sandra Haynes.
This is very special. We belong together.
And last but not least, we have Richard Mann, a humanities professor from Riverside City College.
I can't believe that 3 faculty went before me and didn't speak. So very briefly, I have to say I barely graduated from high school, and it was a California community college that turned my life completely around, West Valley College in the South Bay. And I feel like all my career has been an attempt to provide to the students we serve today what the college provided to me in making my life absolutely different than it would have been. Very few people talk about the pleasure of going to meetings, even people who do go to meetings, and yet I have to say that I have spent countless hours off of my campus with other faculty who share that same commitment to give of their time above and beyond what they do on their campuses to try and maintain the opportunities that we know are so important for, especially the folks of you out there who have those shirts that are, I'm not sure what color they are, but they're not forgettable. So thank you all.
We want all the honorees up to come up now.
We can all have you all come back up.
Yeah, that's fine. Four winners. We need the 4 award winners to sit down.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, yeah, we're not going to do everybody.
Need to borrow one more?
Gary, we need your chair.
Sorry, Jerry.
You hold your class up just a little higher.
Great. So we're going to, is Keith ready for that? So we're going to go up here because our speaker's not here yet.
Okay. Again, congratulations to all the award winners for the Hayward Award. I know that those awards are very well earned, and it's great to have the opportunity to be able to present these awards here today. We are going to move on to item 3.6, Partnering for Success, working with the business community to support our colleges. This item presents information on how the Foundation for California Community Colleges is partnering with the business community to support California community colleges. Keith and also Patty Sullivan, the president of the Foundation Board. It's good to have you here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, the technical assistance, I'm sorry.
I was going to lean over and help.
Thank you, President Baca, Vice President Baum, members of the board, Chancellor Harris. We appreciate the opportunity to present here with you today. And today we're going to focus our conversation on the various ways that the Foundation for California Community Colleges partners with the business community at the statewide level. In today's conversation, we're going to focus primarily on this PowerPoint. It's called Partnering for Success, working with the business community, and that should have been handed out outside of your packets. But before we jump into the presentation, I just wanted to point you to a couple of items that are actually inside of your book. On page 53 and 54, there's some information provided in your book about some upcoming opportunities, networking opportunities, to come and visit and meet some of our distinguished corporate partners at the statewide level. On page 53, there's some information about our upcoming purchasing conference. This is a conference that the Foundation sponsors for our statewide purchasing professionals and chief business officers from throughout the state. It's a networking opportunity and training opportunity for those folks, but it's also an opportunity to bring together our premier business partners to also meet and greet with those individuals and with other system leaders. So there are three kind of networking opportunities. One on the opening night at World Famous, which is a really fun place to go in San Diego to have dinner. It's right on the ocean, always a beautiful spot. On Thursday, there's two opportunities. One is a luncheon where we actually take a boat cruise around Mission Bay, and that one's always really fun. So we hope you will consider that. And then there's also a networking hour planned for Thursday evening from 5:30 to 6:30, and I believe Chancellor Harris will be joining us for that. And that's also kind of a joint Chancellor Circle opportunity as well. So we hope that you, if you're in the area and would like to join us, please just let us know. And then on page 54, there's also some other upcoming events that will include some of our key business partners as it relates to our statewide Chancellor Circle. And I know our last, it was actually our first Chancellor Circle event with our new Chancellor, Chancellor Harris, was just held a month or so ago here in Sacramento. And Member Azumi was able to join us. We really appreciated having you there in attendance. So on page 54, there are a handful of dates and locations of upcoming events, and we welcome your attendance. And if you're able to attend, let us know, and we'll make sure that that we get you all the relevant information. So with that, I would now like to turn it over to Board President Patty Sullivan to talk about our partnerships with the business community.
Well, I will introduce the topic, and Keitha will go over the details. President Baca, Vice President Baum, Chancellor Harris, and members of the board, and in particular, I'd like to acknowledge two members who are members of our board, and I don't know if everyone knows that. But Member Azumi and Member Reed are both members of our foundation board, and we very much appreciate having them on our board. They're both contribute significantly to us, help us give us insights into your board, and hopefully also give insights of our board to you as well. And it's important to make sure that we have that relationship, that reciprocal relationship. That same reciprocal relationship between organizations exists between the California community colleges and the business community. In my professional career, I am a several decade-long employee of IBM. After a certain number of decades, you don't really want to say how long you've been. And I have been able to witness the potential benefits and the mutual benefits that can be derived by education and the business community working together. And I know many of you have experienced that as well. What I always find interesting is business community is your customers and the business community is your suppliers. And you have a mutual dependency between those organizations and the potential for mutual benefit. So the foundation, I think, is uniquely positioned to help to facilitate those innovative partnerships between the business community and between the community colleges, and we are very excited about those opportunities. We do it in a number of different ways, and you'll see in your packets or on the slides here. The first is maintaining relevancy. So really looking at how the community colleges can ensure that the organizations and the institutions remain relevant to the business community, especially in creating the employees of the future. So these students back here in that beautiful shirt, colored shirt, those students do not have an objective to stay students forever. They have an objective to become employees. And that's only going to happen in partnership with the business community. We also, with the foundation, look to when there is philanthropic giving of the business community, we want them to give to the community colleges. And we want to find opportunities for them to give in ways that are meaningful to them and supportive of their values and their policies. And then finally, leveraging resources. And this is where we switch the roles, where the community colleges become a consumer or a customer of the business community. And where that happens, we want to find contractual relationships and be able to leverage the purchasing power of the community colleges to get the best price possible. So we lower as much as possible the cost of the goods and services required by the colleges. So if we can go to the next slide, excellent. In 2012, you probably all heard or read President Obama's State of the Union address, where he talked about the importance of the community colleges and the business community working together. In 2013 State of the Union address, some of you may remember that he also mentioned a unique partnership in New York. I hate to bring up New York when I'm in California, but I have to do it because that's what he referenced. And my employer, IBM, through our corporate citizenship, has partnered with the New York City schools as well as CUNY, the City University of New York, to create a 6-year program that President Obama highlighted in his State of the Union address as an innovative model to look at that brings this concept of partnering between secondary schools, community colleges, and the business community to create the workforce for the future. It's a 6-year program, grades 9 through 14. And the first thing that these programs look at doing when they assess whether or not they can create one of these innovative schools is to say, what is the AA degree? They don't say we're going to get these students a secondary degree and then they'll figure out what they do once in community colleges. It's what is the AA degree? And in this situation, it is IT entry-level skills, STEM-related skills. I know that you're all familiar with those: science, technology, engineering, and math. And looking at a program, and IBM is side by side in helping to influence the curriculum, not the content of the curriculum, but the skills that the students are going to be receiving when they graduate. And what they will be able to demonstrate. We provide mentors and internships for these students. And one of the things that I like about this most is that we put our money where our mouth is. And we say to these students, you will be the first up for any openings that we have when you graduate in 6 years. So it's not a business standing on the side applauding and saying, good work, we need nurses, right? It's standing up and saying, no, we'll hire you when you get through this program that we've helped to influence, and so we ensure that we get the workforce skills that we need. This model is being replicated in Chicago at 5 different schools, not by IBM, but by other employers in their regions. Governor Cuomo last week announced 10 more schools in New York are going to be adopting this model. So there's some very exciting opportunities when business and education get together. I would love to see something happen in California. It happens usually from the school district level at the secondary school, but the community colleges are an absolute critical component of the success of the program. So I share that with you just as again, an innovative model, and I'm going to turn it back over to Keitha to talk about the things that the foundation is doing today with our business partners, so that you can understand the portfolio that we put together in the foundation with these partners to help create not only a one-time value to each partner, but a sustainable relationship over a number of years.
Thank you, Patty, and thank you for sharing that innovative example. And I know there are a number of similar innovative examples that happen, here in California as well as throughout the nation. And we look forward to talking more with you about this particular one. I think the work that Vice Chancellor Von Ton-Quinlivan is doing in the workforce development area, the Doing What Matters with Jobs in the Economy, is really laying the groundwork for even more innovation, like what we heard Patty describe. So now I'm going to move a little bit into talking about the types of arrangements that we have at the foundation. And I'm going to start by just doing kind of an overview of the types of programs and relationships that we've negotiated. And then I'm going to move into highlighting kind of several key corporate partners. And I want to do this for a couple of reasons. One, I want to increase the awareness of the types of offerings that are available at the statewide level that the campuses can participate in at their local districts. So we're negotiating, contracts and deals that are not in competition with what's happening at the local level, but that helps supplement the work that's happening at the local level and help save time and resources. And then second, to also just kind of engage in a conversation to help think about, okay, these are the types of things that the foundation is engaged in now. How else can we get engaged with the business community at the statewide level that again doesn't compete with what's happening at the local level, but supplements and enhances what's happening at the local level? So the three broad categories that the foundation is involved in is one, our cooperative aggregate purchasing arrangements, where we save millions of dollars annually for our colleges, and not only our colleges, but also our students, faculty, and staff. And that's primarily through our College Buys program, where we offer software, furniture, and supply contracts. We're also involved in statewide scholarships and workforce development programs. We are the kind of the statewide manager of the California Community Colleges Scholarship Endowment, and we had a number of those scholarships that were funded through our corporate partnerships. We also run and manage a student internship program called the Career Pathway Program, where we have employed thousands of students over the past probably decade, primarily through state agencies, but also through the public sector, providing those students with real-world work experience in their field of study. And then finally, the third major bucket is in philanthropic sponsorships and support. And we manage funding to operate a number of programs at the statewide level. And in 2012 alone, we were able to garner over $5.2 million of support just from the corporate sector through a number of programs, including the Veterans Summit, our statewide Chancellor Circle, and programs of that nature. So I'm going to move in quickly, and I'm going to try to run through these pretty quickly, but I wanted to highlight several of our key partners, and you guys have heard us talk about Microsoft. I try to talk about our deal with Microsoft every chance I get, because I think it is just a screaming deal for our colleges and for our students and faculty and staff. So our primary deal with Microsoft is that we've negotiated a price of $39.95 for the Microsoft software, which is unheard of. You can't find that price anywhere. So we've been doing a lot of work to get the word out to our students to make sure that they know that that deal is available. But in addition to the software deal that we've negotiated with Microsoft, we also partner with them in a number of ways. So you'll see as we go through these corporate partners that we really try to package together a number of offerings and services that really kind of match the corporate partner. So we don't just go in with one deal here, one deal there, that we really try to look at what are all of the things that we can offer at the statewide level that fit best with the particular corporate partner. So you can see through this list, they're a huge partner in our College Buys program. They were also a significant partner with our California Connects program, and that's a digital literacy program that was funded through the federal government. And we worked with Microsoft to provide IT Academy subscriptions. So all of our California Connects colleges and the MESA students who are helping do the work related to that program are also receiving these Microsoft technician training, and they're able to take the Microsoft classes and end the program with a certificate. And we were able to, again, take the bulk purchasing power of the system and negotiate some really discounted prices for that. And then in addition, Microsoft is also a sponsor of our statewide Chancellor Circle program and attends those various meetings. The second partner I'd like to highlight is KI, or Kruger International, and you may or may not know of KI, or everybody knows of Microsoft. You may not know who KI is. So KI is a furniture vendor. They manufacture and distribute furniture that's utilized in our community colleges, and they've been a primary partner really since inception of our College Buys program. So they offer significantly discounted prices to our colleges if you're spending bond money, if you're just doing normal kind of repair and maintenance. KI can offer unique solutions for our colleges. They were also a significant contributor to our statewide scholarship endowment, where they're contributing 1% of all purchases made at the college level to the scholarship endowment, and they're still making those contributions today. So when a college purchases from KI, they get 1% of their purchases back in the form of scholarships at the statewide level. Southern California Edison is another partnership, and this is one where we partner not only at the endowment level, they're a significant contributor to the endowment, but they're also partnering with us with our Career Pathway program, again, helping to provide student internship opportunities. So Southern California Edison is sponsoring a number of students in real world internship opportunities in the areas of green energy. So another area of focus and importance in our colleges, but also in our communities. AT&T is another great partner, and we actually have a representative of AT&T on our foundation board who has been really helpful in kind of working through these various relationships. So again, this is another partnership where they've been very active in the statewide scholarship endowment. They were another partner with California Connects that I mentioned earlier, providing discounted pricing on technology needs related to, actually broadband needs related to that program. And then they've also provided other philanthropic support for other technology-based programs. Adobe is another unique relationship, another software relationship where Adobe is offering discounted prices to staff, faculty, and students, and also to institutions. And this is a unique relationship in that the institutional pricing that's made available through Adobe would not be available to some of our smaller colleges, many of our smaller colleges throughout the state because of the size. So we were able to come in and kind of package together, all of the colleges as a whole, and because of that, all of our colleges are now able to participate in this institutional pricing model from Adobe. The other unique thing that Adobe sponsors, which I love, one of the programs that I really enjoy, is a program called the College Scene Contest, and this program is a partnership between the foundation, Adobe, community college faculty and community college students. This program, we put on a photo contest where the students are asked to go out and take photos of college life out at the campus. They'll submit the photos for judging. The judging panel is a group of faculty from the California community colleges. The awardees are chosen in a number of categories, and then Adobe is the partner that then provides the awards to the students in the form of software that they need to help them further their work in photography. And the other really cool thing about this partnership is that then allows us to collect hundreds of photos from throughout the state at the community colleges that we can then use in promotional materials and share with the chancellor's office so that we're not out there having to either go take photos ourselves or pay for them outside. So that's a really cool program that we're really proud of. Pepsi is another sponsor, and there's only one more after Pepsi, but I'm so proud of these. Pepsi is another sponsor that provides philanthropic support, and they're also a member of Chancellor Circle. And what we've negotiated with Pepsi, so Pepsi goes out and markets to all 112 community colleges to try to become kind of the beverage provider of choice at the colleges. They negotiate, of course, discounted pricing at the college level, and then they also negotiate giving back directly to the college. So our contract with Pepsi says we will help promote you as kind of a premier partner to the California community colleges, but when you go out to the college and you negotiate a contract, it has to have favorable pricing, and there needs to be a give back element either directly to the college or to the foundation. So we're not only trying to benefit at the statewide level, we're trying to make sure that the dollars get back to the colleges through the partnerships that we forge. J.P. Morgan is, I think, the final one that I want to highlight, and J.P. Morgan is another fantastic partnership where the creation of the statewide scholarship endowment allowed us to gain kind of significant investment power at the statewide level, where we were able to go out for bid for investment management services and negotiate significantly discounted prices on our investment management services. So we have a number of colleges throughout the state that may have endowment pools within the statewide fund of $100,000 here, $1 million there, $500,000 over here. What we were able to do was aggregate all of that into an $80 million fund, negotiate the price of the investment management services down significantly, enjoy the investment power of investing in $80 million pool versus a $500,000 pool. So you have a wider range of investment opportunities and thus a greater level of sophistication in your investment management, which then translates into improved return and more scholarships for our students. But in addition to that relationship where we're actually consumers of J.P. Morgan's business, we've also worked with J.P. Morgan to get connected to their corporate philanthropic arm. And they've been a major supporter of our Veterans Summit for the last 2 years, being the primary sponsor of both the 2011 and 2012 Veterans Summits that have made those summits possible. So that was a bit of a long list, but those were kind of that's by no means an exhaustive list, although it probably felt like I was never going to stop. But it's some of the relationships that we're probably most proud of, and I thought kind of a wide range of examples of the types of things that we try to negotiate when we go out to the corporate world. This next slide just kind of gives you an idea of other organizations that we're trying to get connected to, that we're trying to engage in conversations with. Again, this isn't an exhaustive list, but kind of our top hit list for different things that we're working on. And I share this with you because when we're most successful in these types of negotiations when we have relationships. And so if you know someone at these organizations or at other organizations, we would love to have an introduction. to talk about what happens at the community colleges. And you may say, gosh, I don't know how it connects at the statewide level. That's okay. It may connect, it may not, but we want to have the conversation, and we want to try to find a way to make the connection at the statewide level. You may also say, oh, this is one where it really has a great relationship at the local level, and they're really tight at the local level. That's okay. We don't want to compete. We don't want to steal them from their local level, but we also want to talk about what's happening at the statewide level, and there may be additional benefit for these corporate partners to get involved at the statewide level, or bring in their colleagues from throughout the state to get involved. If there are folks that are not on this list that you think, man, this is a great opportunity, please shoot me an email. Chancellor Harris has been superb at making a number of connections since he's been in the seat, and we follow up on them and we have the conversation, and they're not always a hit, but we definitely make an introduction and see if we can make something fit. So I think, this last slide is just kind of a little bit of a call to action, but I think you guys do this all the day, every day. You guys are huge advocates for the California community colleges and making these connections. So I would just encourage you to also not, when you're thinking about your local level, also think about the statewide and how we might be able to make connections and help out. And with that concludes my prepared comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that very nice report on all your activities, and it wasn't feeling like it was exhaustive. So thank you for that. But questions from the board? Saying so long to my students there. Have a safe trip back. Ahmad, thank you, Ahmad, and thank Marianne and Edwin for escorting you out here.
In addition to the corporate outreach that you're doing, how do you coordinate efforts among all the philanthropic foundations that are based here on the West Coast? We've got Hewlett and Packard and Irvine and Annenberg and all the rest.
Yeah, that's a great question. We do have a number of relationships with our local funders here in California and nationwide. And I will say it's a difficult balancing act to coordinate with our 72 districts and 112 colleges. But one of the things that we do is we act as the fiscal sponsor and coordinator for an organization called the Network of California Community College Foundations. And that's a membership organization that brings together leadership from all of our college foundations to come together to network, share information, provide training, advocate for the importance of fundraising in California community colleges. And that group has a board that meets probably 4 to 6 times a year, and that's one way that we help coordinate and lead those board meetings and attend those board meetings. So that's one way that we stay connected to what's happening kind of throughout the state at the foundation level. But it is something that it's difficult to do, and something that we have to work very hard to make sure that we're not competing, that we're adding to.
Any other questions? You know what? One of the things that locally follow up on discussion we had just had, operating revenues for local foundations. Mm-hmm. What kind of opportunities or work can we do to support that, and what's the challenge in terms of approaching folks? Because they certainly want to give to scholarships and focus program activities, but it's difficult to get the money to just simply operate these. What might be the plan there?
Yeah, that's a great question, and a severe need both within our organization and throughout the state. Those general operating support dollars are very, very difficult to secure. So the primary way, it's very difficult to get a private foundation to fund general operating support. It's just very few and far between. So what most of the foundations do is go after major donors and individuals, and will do kind of fundraising campaigns to bring in unrestricted dollars. The other tactic that's used is that when we do go out and the colleges do go out to private foundations to solicit funds for programs, that we have to be really careful to build in that administrative support money into the ask to make sure that, because it takes money to spend money, and so it's really important that when you're going after asks that you build in enough kind of capacity within your ask to fund kind of your back office. But the strategies around just going out and asking for money to fund your back office support, it's a really difficult ask to be successful with.
And one of the roles of the foundation for the California Community Colleges at a statewide level is to create those models, to coach those local foundations and organizations within the districts and the colleges, and to help them identify sources of funds, either from philanthropic organizations or through these administrative fee models. And so that's done, I know, through the network, but also through services and relationships with the foundations.
Well, I don't have any thoughts any different than you do with regard to that and what you've just said. It seems to me maybe there's a little bit of additional thinking that we might be able to do to address that.
Yeah, I know that there are conversations happening with some of our regional and national funders around kind of the capacity for fundraising in the community colleges. So those conversations are happening, and we're watching very closely to kind of see where they, where the foundations want to go with that, and we'll try to influence that as much as possible. But it is a real issue. The statistics show that the more staff that you have, the more money that you can raise, and it's exponential. With the more staff that you have, the more money you can raise. And so many of our foundations are operating with 1 FTE or less. It's just impossible, to raise the kind of money that we're capable of raising as a system without the resources there. So it is a real issue, and
it is a
something
bit
top of mind.
catch-22 because you don't want to load the organizations with a lot of overhead and then not be able to provide the scholarships or the support that really is what we're seeking. But we have to do better. Any other comments?
I just want to make one. I like the presentation because you've been able to find a way to effectively balance the corporate partnerships, because it's sometimes a challenging issue, because you want to kind of make sure you're not being seen as over commercializing camp. Like Pepsi wants to be in all our campuses because they want to brand themselves, and there's certainly a business purpose for Pepsi to be engaged in such a way. And at my own district, we've spent millions of dollars on a contract with Verizon, and I always felt, well, they should also be participating in the philanthropic life of the institution as well, if they're going to have a business relationship with the institution. Right. And it's sometimes it's a tough path to manage because to walk, because you don't want to be seen as of just an extension of somebody's corporate marketing efforts.
Right.
Too.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you.
your presentation. Good report. Absolutely. Okay, we will move on back to item 3.5. Progress update on the implementation of Student Success Task Force recommendations. Information about the recommendations. Vice Chancellor Skinner.
Good afternoon, President Baca, members of the board, Chancellor Harris. This presentation, as you say, is an update on the implementation of the Student Success Task Force recommendations, and the focus of today's presentation is really going to be more of a deep dive into one particular area, which is the implementation of the recommendation to improve our alignment with K-12. In particular, it's the implementation of the Common Core state standards, and we're fortunate to have with us Deborah Sigmund, the Deputy Superintendent from the California Department of Education, who's heading up those efforts on a statewide basis. And Vice Chancellor Linda Michalowski is also going to assist in that presentation. Before I hand it over, I did want to note that we probably have a half dozen other recommendations that we're moving forward on that each could have merited a fairly deep dive today, and just want to keep those on your radar as well. In basic skills, there's the development of a report identifying best practices that will help to disseminate those effective strategies across our system. The recommendations around professional development are being vetted across the system at this time. There's also been considerable work on the implementation of the Student Success and Support Program that was established under SB 1456, Senator Lowenthal's bill. So the groundwork is being done there to roll out that new program with the regulations that you're going to be seeing in coming months. And then in addition, there's all the work around the scorecard and the establishment of system-wide goals. So there's a heck of a lot of work that's going on, and we could have spread the time more thinly across all of those, but we thought it would be more useful for you to get a deep dive into one of the really exciting areas of the task force recommendations, which again has to do with improving our alignment with our K-12 partners to increase the numbers of students and the percentage of students arriving at the community colleges ready to participate in college level work, which is really the core system fix. If you really want to get to the root of it, that's where you'd want to address the remediation problem at its source. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Linda Michalowski to provide a little bit more of an introduction, and I believe the two of then you will get a deeper presentation on the Common Core state standards.
President Baca, members of the board, Chancellor Harris, we're very pleased to present to you this item. And this recommendation 1.1 of the Student Success Task Force had to do with our work with K-12 to improve the pipeline of the readiness of the pipeline of students coming to us as the starting point for our work on student success. And the historical moment at which we're having this conversation is ideal in California, because California's K-12 system is in the midst of a truly momentous transformation well, I don't want to take Deb's thunder away. I'm going to let Deb Sigmund explain to you exactly how significant, what the transition is and how significant it is. Deb is the Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction in charge of the District School and Innovation Branch at the California Department of Education. She is California's lead on implementing the Smarter Balanced Assessment as California's lead within a multi-state consortium working on that assessment, and she's also co-chair of the executive committee of the Smarter Balanced Consortium. So, Deb, tell us about the Common Core state standards.
Well, thank you, Linda, and I really appreciate being here today. Thank you, President Baca, members of the board, Chancellor Harris, for inviting us to be partners with you as we journey along this work, which really is I've been in this business a while. Remember, I was at a district when we implemented the 97-98 standards, and there was a level of excitement at that point, but not to the degree that I see today in terms of what we can do for students and how we can really move instruction and curriculum into the 21st century. So I'm very excited to be part of this work and excited to be partnering with our higher education partners as well. So I'm going to give you a little background, and then hopefully we'll have some time for questions, so I'm going to go pretty rapidly. Just as a way of background, in 2009, I think all of you will recall that the Chief State School Officers and the National Governors Association embarked on this joint effort to create a set of common standards, and that really had not been done before. Prior to that, each state had a set of academic content standards that led to a different set of accountability measures and a different criteria for how good is good enough. And we know that children do not stay in the state that they were born. We know that they cross state lines. They go to different colleges than the state that they went to K-12 in. So having a common set of academic standards was really groundbreaking. I want to note this wasn't a federal effort. This was, however, somewhat of a national effort. In September of that same year, the college and career ready standards were released. And what's interesting about this set of standards is, unlike the 97-98 California standards, which were uniquely crafted grade by grade, content area by content area, the Common Core standards really started at the end of the line. In other words, what we thought would be good for students embarking on college and or a career, and then we worked backwards, and that was very different. That set the stage for a very different set of standards. So to date, there are 45 states that have signed on to the Common Core effort. 4 territories, the District of Columbia and the Department of Defense. And I want to be clear that these were not done in isolation. There was a great deal of public comment that was asked for and received. Certainly, there was a great deal of feedback and review from national organizations as well as state education agencies, including the state of California, as well as higher education agencies as well. So lots of work went into making these standards the ultimate product that existed. So the legislature, I think it was Senate Bill 1 in the 5th extraordinary session, if I recall, established an Academic Content Standards Commission, which met over the summer of 2010 to look at the Common Core state standards. And their charge was to, they had a pen. They didn't have an eraser. So they couldn't take away anything from the Common Core standards for California, but they could add additional thoughts, additional standards, additional language, but they didn't have an eraser available to them. And so they, in August of 2010, they made a recommendation to the State Board of Ed to adopt the set of standards that they had reviewed and adopted, which the board did in August 2010. And then just recently in January of 2013, the board had some additional edits to the standards as a result of a law last year, which resulted in quite a change for math. Most notably, in August 2010, we ended up with 2 sets of standards at grade 8. As of the January 2013 board meeting, we now have 1 set of math standards at grade 8. So what are the benefits? Certainly one is that we have this kind of, everybody's talking the same language across the U.S. But certainly aligned with college and work expectations. As I said, developing these standards was very different than what we did in 97, 98. This clear, understandable content that is consistent across states. Rigorous content, and although California has always been declared to have a great set of rigorous standards in the 97-98 standards, there was still work to be done, particularly around those critical higher order thinking skills that we want to send our students to you after they leave the K-12 systems. And then, of course, each of the states had standards, and there were lessons to be learned from that experience. These standards are internationally benchmarked with our TIMSS, PISA, other kinds of assessments. They are meant to be evidence and research-based, and are. Again, consistent expectations no matter where you live. As I said, not every state has adopted the Common Core, but most states, if they haven't done that, have adopted a set of standards that are very much like the Common Core. And then this issue of sharing resources across different states. That is kind of an experiment. I'll talk a little bit about the assessment consortium. States working with each other has not really been something that we've done, and so there's a real opportunity for us here. There are shifts that that have been created with the Common Core, and just briefly I want to talk about those because they really weigh into everything we talk about as a result of having new standards. We talk about new materials, we talk about new professional development, we talk about new assessments. In English language arts and literacy, and I want to be clear here that it's a set of English language arts standards, but it's also about literacy across the content areas, which is very different than the 97-98. So we talk about this content-rich nonfiction. So there really is a balance between literature and nonfiction. I think that some folks have, there's some rumors that there's no literature in the Common Core. That's simply not true, but there is a balance because we recognize the richness of nonfiction actually and how that builds knowledge and skills. Reading and writing, speaking grounded in evidence from the text, very important. As I said, both literary and informational. And then regular practice with complex text and academic language. Vocabulary is a big piece in the new Common Core. And probably that, I think that will serve us well, particularly as we get into our high schools. And then this issue of literacy across the content areas, this is very different. When I think we've all been talking about this in terms of when students get to high schools, if they don't know how to read, whose job is it to teach them how to read, and what content do we use? And this issue of having children be literate across the content areas is very, it's not a new idea, obviously, but in terms of putting it in the standards, it certainly is. And so setting the expectation that students will read and write in non-ELA classrooms is a big piece of the standards. Talking about the unique text structures in non-ELA kinds of textbooks, and if there's any English teachers in the room, I know that we've talked about that for a long time, but again, putting it into the standards is key. And then maintaining the focus on discipline-specific vocabulary, critical analysis, and evidence across the curriculum. So science, history, technology, technical subjects. You cannot read this, but I think that it was printed for you. If not, we'll make sure that you get it.
You can't read what we printed either.
You can't read it on that. But in your, if you've got a little time and you want something to read, I think this is helpful. These are the college and career readiness anchor standards in the area of ELA and math. I think it gives you a sense of how, where the Common Core, how it is grounded in these anchor standards. So we'll make sure that you get a full size, and even in full size it's a little bit difficult, but certainly you can see this. And then the math shifts. Focus strongly on where the standards focus. This issue of focus is huge in math. We want to make sure that we are focusing students on the right material at the right time so that when they get to high school, they can concentrate on those discipline-specific math courses. Coherence. As I said, the 97-98 standards were built grade by grade, content by content. There wasn't a deliberate effort to have this vertical articulation across the grades. That's different in the Common Core, and that's very different when it comes to math, and we think this is a huge benefit. Rigor in terms of math. For many states, rigor in math was not where it needed to be. California, I think, was a little bit better, but again, we are benefiting from the real rigor around the math standards. So high school standards are organized in these 6 conceptual categories. They'll be very familiar to you, and then California has those additions, advanced placement and probability and statistics and calculus. And those kinds of, while those standards haven't been ferreted out, those courses will be in the coming years. One thing that's very different about the Common Core is that there is an encouragement, or I should say this, there is not a discouragement to have a math pathway that really focuses in on an integrated approach, okay? I think for the last probably 7 to 10 years, California has been very much a discipline-specific pattern pathway in high schools and has moved away from a real rigorous integrated approach. That is not, an integrated approach is very typical outside of the U.S. And so the Common Core doesn't favor one path over the other. And the board, the State Board of Education, in their action in January, made it clear that there wasn't a specified course, that districts and schools, provided there was rigor, provided that all of the elements were there, should consider the course that best met the needs of their students. That's a big difference. Now, so that's kind of a Common Core, the basics. I can tell you that the department has an implementation plan that was forwarded to the legislature and the governor. But quite frankly, the implementation of the Common Core is a process, and I'd say we're probably a third of the way through. The standards were adopted 2010. We will administer that a test that's aligned to those standards for the first year in 14-15. That's almost 5 years after the adoption of the standards themselves. And I would say that that's probably at the kind of midpoint of implementation, because there's about 1,200 districts in the state of California. Each of those districts has their own implementation plan and is trying to move at a pace that is appropriate for them. But I will tell you that they're all aware of the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium and our efforts to make sure implementation happens in 14-15, and that pushes folks to make sure that there is implementation. So we signed on in June 2011 as a governing state. The governor, Superintendent Torlakson, and Board President Kirst all agreed to do this. Currently, there are 24 states that are included in the consortium. That's about 20 million students. There are about 6.2 million in California. And there are 21 governing states, 3 advisory states. And the governance of the consortium is important, and it's important both for K-12 and higher ed. And from the beginning, this has been a joint project. The building of this assessment, the policy structure around this assessment has been joint work between K-12 and higher ed. And California has the good fortune to have the early assessment program, which you all have been a part of for many years, and we've really set the tone for this. But building this assessment from the ground up and having our higher ed partners at the table with K-12 is really a groundbreaking. And you are fortunate. You have 2 representatives that are the higher ed representatives for the consortium, Linda and Sonia Ortiz Mercado. As I think it was mentioned, I serve as a co-chair, but there's also a CSU higher ed representative that serves on the executive committee, Beverly Young. And then we also have a UC representative. So California, every other state got 1, we got 4. So that, it works that way, right? So just the basics. Smarter Balance is going to create an assessment for grades 3 through 8, and then grade 11 in English, language arts, and math, and it's aligned to those standards that we just talked about. And the idea is that we want to prepare students for post-secondary success. We want to create an assessment system that helps do that. And the assessments will be operational in the 14-15 school year. Along the same lines, I want to let you know that the State Superintendent Torlakson in January 8th, was required to produce a set of recommendations to the legislature about what the assessment system should look like for K-12. And that we did that, as I said, on January 8th. And there are 2 recommendations that I think are very relevant to kind of our higher ed engagement around moving EAP and moving the assessments. And recommendation 2 is that beginning in the 14-15 school year, fully implement the Smarter Balanced assessments. That will take legislation, obviously, and so we are currently working with authors. Actually, Assemblymember Bonilla is an author to put this into place. And then recommendation 3, use the grade 11 Smarter Balanced assessment system in ELA and math as the indicator for college readiness. And I want to be clear here, This is, I think we're calling it EAP 2.0, is that right? Somebody's calling it that, and I thought that was a nice language, that the program isn't stopping, the tool, right? And the assessment was merely a tool, but that tool is changing. But certainly the program, we feel very strongly and committed to make sure that that carries on in California. So, those are some resources if you get bored. So, did you want to take questions now, or did you want to go on?
I think if it's all right with the board, I think I'd like to continue and do my portion of the presentation, which will try to translate some of what Deb said into our environment, and then both of us can answer questions. Does that work for you, President Baca?
Please go ahead.
Okay. So, as I started out saying, the work that we are doing here is directly acknowledged in the Student Success Task Force's recommendations, because clearly the students that we have to work with, it makes a big difference in our ability to take them to successful outcome. And this is not a new concept for us. We have understood for some time and been working through, Deb mentioned the EAP, the Early Assessment Program, to work with 11th graders and help them get a sense as soon as possible of their readiness for college-level curriculum. It was the California State University that pioneered the Early Assessment Program, and after they had been doing it for, I think, 4 years, the California community colleges were brought into the program through legislation. And the Early Assessment Program gives an early warning to 11th graders who are more often than not performing at grade level. I think the concept that the CSU implemented the EAP upon is that if a student is working at grade level and completes the 11th and 12th grade, meeting the 11th and 12th grade content standards, then they're prepared to do college level work. And in our system, that means transfer level work rather than non-degree applicable work. And so once you come to agreement that where one ends, the other begins, then it's a matter of measuring high school students in relation to those standards that should be the conclusion of their high school education. And when we do that measurement, we find that probably 3/4 of the students are not working at grade level when they're assessed in the 11th grade. So the idea was that if we could let students know in the 11th grade that they're not working at grade level, then they have their senior year to begin their remediation process. And so I'll share with you some of the resources that we've developed to help communicate to students and get them on that path. The Early Assessment Program was created by SB 946, which was authored by Senator Jack Scott before he left the legislature. And we had included in that legislation a provision that allowed colleges to use the EAP as an assessment instrument for placement in community college classes. And the way that that works is that the EAP gives students a marker in relation to college readiness. And I think 75%, roughly 75% of the 11th graders now take the Early Assessment Program. And so in English. And the EAP tells them that they're ready for college level work. And historically it said you're ready or you're not ready. There's now a middle category of you can be ready if you do certain things in your senior year to get ready. And So for us, the students who come to community college with an EAP result of ready, we asked colleges to consider exempting those students from the college assessment and allow those students to place into the lowest level, transfer level English course. And similarly, in math, a college-ready designation on the EAP should allow a student to go into a transfer level math course, the equivalent of intermediate algebra. So in the beginning, there were very few community colleges that were willing to give up their own local assessments. But since 2009, when this bill became effective, we've grown to 73 community colleges that are now accepting an EAP result of college ready as essentially a waiver from the student having to take the local college assessment. So that's a great deal of progress in a relatively short amount of time. In order to make the EAP work for community colleges, we had to work with the CSU and with the State Department of Education to revise all of the materials that go to the high schools to implement the EAP and the information that goes to students. And so there's now a joint letter that goes out signed by Secretary Torlakson, as well as it will be in the future Chancellor Harris and Chancellor White, inviting students to take the early assessment program and explaining to them what it is. Then the students who opt to take the EAP take a portion of the questions from the 11th grade STAR test and some additional questions that were originally developed by the CSU, and they do a writing sample. And from that selection of questions, they get a result. With CSU, we built a website called collegeeap.org, and when students get their STAR test result, there's a little box that says EAP, and if the student is conditionally ready or not ready for college, it sends them to the website for further information. And so you'll see here we have information for students, educators, and parents. And we've tried to offer resources here for students to utilize to advance their level. We received some funding. Sonia, help me. The funding, the grant from 400. Come on. Okay. This is Dean Sonia Ortiz Mercado, who's done a lot of the work on the EAP. Can you please tell them about the grant?
Certainly. So at the start, when we began implementing the EAP in community colleges, we were awarded funding from the Hewlett and Walter S. Johnson Foundations, about $400,000 total. We used that funding to fund pilots throughout the state to develop academic interventions, summer bridge programs. We were also piloting online courses that our students could take. For those students who are demonstrating conditionally ready or not ready, we wanted to provide them an opportunity to prepare for college before they enrolled at a community college. We also funded the development of the collegeeap.org website, as well as a variety of outreach materials that I think you have before you.
Yes, you do have an example of the flyer. Let me just see the flyer that we developed to help to explain to students why they should care, why they should take the EAP, and why they should care about reaching college level, completing their high school coursework essentially at the 11th and 12th grade standards. And we found that the message of explaining to students what it means to come to college and not be ready, we did some focus groups and found that it was an effective message to get through to even 11th graders about their future.
So I was going to ask you, give this to new 11th graders?
Mm-hmm. And so we provided flyers and a lot of these materials to high schools throughout the state, and they're provided to 11th graders and then seniors as well, because there have been studies that have shown that most students who are going to community college don't think that they need to prepare. They think they start over with a blank slate. So part of the messaging is, try and take care of what you need to learn while you're in high school before it becomes a problem, because it's going to cost you time and money. And it was that messaging around time and money that resonated with students.
Sorry, Dave. No, that's fine. And the last thing I want to point out is that with the grant funding that we received, we also funded, gave micro grants to 10 colleges to form, to work with their feeder high schools and their local CSU campuses to talk about how to maximize what could be done around the early assessment program to help the schools and the students understand the importance of being prepared for college. And we will soon be sharing broadly the first significant research on the effectiveness of the EAP in community colleges in placing students into courses in which they can be successful. Deb mentioned the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, and I wanted to just go a little bit more into what it means for higher education to be involved in Smarter Balanced. The role of higher education, or I should say the goals of higher education are three. One is to recognize the 11th grade summative assessment as a valid measure of college readiness. And we say content readiness because increasingly we're understanding that college readiness means more than what is your academic level on a standardized test. There are factors that that go beyond your academic learning, but what is your maturity? What is your understanding of how to, the availability of resources in college, how to navigate the college environment, how to study your level of study skills. These habits of mind that have been identified through extensive work by Dr. David Connolly of the Education Policy Improvement Center. And we're actually currently working with Dr. Connolly on seeking some grant funding to push forward an assessment of these college-ready factors that go beyond academics through another initiative that we're in the middle of. But in any case, just like the EAP is a marker for college readiness now, that's a goal of Smarter Balanced, and it's something that we will be transitioning to as the Smarter Balanced assessments are put into effect. And asking colleges, actually when the state was signing on to the Smarter Balanced Consortium, each of the public institutions of higher education was asked to sign onto the effort and agree that when that assessment was put into place, that we would in fact consider exempting students from remediation or from local assessments based on the Smarter Balanced result. And so we did in fact agree to do that. And then the third goal is to set a common performance standard in English language arts, literacy, and mathematics. And so that work is underway. For California, this is actually less of a heavy lift than it is for most states because we have the early assessment program. And in fact, a lot of the work that is now being done nationally is drawing on California's experience with the early assessment program. So those are I've already kind of talked about the things that are expected from Smarter Balanced, but what is not expected is that it has nothing to do with admission standards for colleges, and that there's nothing that precludes colleges from using other factors for assessment for students to go into more advanced classes, for example. This is a checklist of what's been going on to implement Smarter Balanced, and I won't take you through it. But as you can see, this is an effort that's been going on for some time, and that will conclude after implementation of the assessment in 2014-15. We have for some time we've been meeting with the State Department of Education and with our UC and CSU counterparts to push this work forward. And last 2 weeks ago, I hope it was 2 weeks ago, we held a convening with the three segments and faculty from the three segments to talk further about smarter balanced implementation. And then last week we convened a new work group for community colleges. We're calling it the Work Group on College and Career Readiness and the Common Core to make sure that everyone in our system understands the significance of what's happening here and is part of this transition. I wanted to point out to you that we've given you one piece or one example of what the Smarter Balanced Assessment will involve in the 11th grade. And it won't simply be filling in bubbles, but it will involve performance tasks. And this one happens to be about nuclear power, friend or foe. And I really encourage you to go through this, because it was when I started to see things like this that I finally understood the real significance of the transition to the Common Core that we're going through. Because students, in order to complete this, students will have to think. And I think that is a real resurgence in terms of the approach to K-12 education. They will have to use research skills as well as writing skills and critical review and writing skills. And so the students who come to community college who have gone through the Common Core curriculum will be very different from the students who we're serving today. So thank you for your patience. That was a lot of information, and we'll be glad to answer any questions.
And just if I could, in closing, just say that, clearly, a great deal of work is going into this. The community colleges, we're one piece of the puzzle, but it's a statewide effort. I did want to also acknowledge that in addition to Chancellor's Office representatives at these meetings, both at the state level, at the national level, we also have faculty representatives from the community colleges who have joined in those conversations as well. So it really is a far-reaching effort with, as you can see, a great deal of promise to improve the readiness of students when they arrive at our doors.
Well, thank you to the three of you for the work that you're doing in our office. And Deputy Superintendent Sigmund, thank you very much for being here. We brought up, and not to bring it up again, but brought up adult ed. I think there's a great deal of importance in having us work with you on this and any number of other items that are of mutual importance to us. So I'm very happy to have you here. I know we all are. Any questions from the board? Member Malumet?
I guess I drank my coffee today. Did the colleges go to accepting the EAP in place of their own assessments because of financial reasons?
I think that this is one example of where the economic climate did help that transition. A number of colleges that felt that their own local assessments must be better. We're having more and more trouble paying for them, and so that did encourage them to take any valid instrument from the outside. But primarily, I think it just took time for there to be a process of enabling the faculty to review the EAP. We worked with the California Diploma Project and a national organization called Achieve that actually did a study of the early assessment program assessment in comparison to the major standardized national assessments, and we're able to show comparability. So I think that helped our local assessment professionals and our English and math faculty to feel more comfortable with it. And then as some implemented it and, found it to work, then others were more willing to do so as well.
And that was my second question is, when they did accept the students, in those cases, the students have performed well. It wasn't a disappointment that they weren't prepared.
So we have some of the preliminary results from Dr. McCall Kurlander from UC Davis has conducted a system-wide study for us, and what the data shows is that students who demonstrated proficiency on the EAP were more likely to enroll in transfer level courses, had higher GPAs, and actually took a greater number of units successfully. So the data has borne out that EAP is a good indicator of students' readiness for college.
That's great. Well, this is very exciting. I'm sure you're excited too about it. Thanks.
Any other questions? Just one last note. There's a very interesting article that was printed in Scientific American this month on the creative mind, the evolution of it. And among other things, it suggests that the physiological makeup of humans didn't change much over the last 200,000 years. But maybe about 10, 15, 20,000 years, depends on who you're listening to, we had a sudden eruption of civilization, all these things that we're very familiar with, probably associated with the tools, the writing. But just in looking particularly on this one, on grade 11 performance task and enriched content, nonfiction, that we have a whole bunch of new tools at our disposal, some that I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. And we're only part of science fiction, but they're realities now. And we're beginning to use them in ways uncertain, but we need to infuse that. We need to understand what it is that is learning there, in addition to all the demographics issues that we confront and education levels. Maybe this suggests a more deeper development of learning and educating. So I think it's a direction that we all think is absolutely necessary for us to be in this country competitively, compete with the rest of the world. And we certainly owe it to our coming generations to be able to adjust to these new learning tools, because we do have the capacity, and we don't want to have to wait 200,000 years before we take the next step in our evolution. But thank you all very much. This is a lot of information, and it's fantastically great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, what do we got next here? Take a break or go right on?
Take a break.
Take a short break.
Online education, and then we just have those three little things.
Okay, why don't we take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene. Okay, we will now move on to our next item, and that's the governor's online education proposal. Chancellor?
Thank you, President Baca, members of the board. As all of you know, the governor's budget included a policy-related issue, not only for the California community colleges, but for the University of California and the California State University system. The governor is very interested in enhancing online education throughout higher education in California. And of course, as we know, this is a wave sweeping the country under the mantle of MOOCs that we certainly want to embrace as it is appropriate for our colleges and our students. And so Dr. Barry Russell, our Vice Chancellor of Instruction and Academic Affairs, has been working diligently along with the leadership of our faculty over the past several months, and I'm going to let Barry fill you in on our progress. Barry?
Okay, great. Thank you, President Baca and Chancellor Harris and members of the board. Good afternoon. Ever since I saw the Pepsi sign up there, I've been craving a Pepsi all afternoon. So maybe after we get done here, we can all go have a Pepsi and support the cause. What I'm going to attempt to do this afternoon is to describe something that's being built and is in progress, which is always a danger because as things change, just about every hour something goes by, something else gets added or taken away or changed in the process. So what I'm going to try to describe is where we think this proposal is going, give you some of the information behind it, and then also ask for any guidance that you might have about directions that you want to make sure that we follow. So the key elements of the proposal that came from the governor's proposal, from his budget proposal, is one is to create a virtual campus to increase student access to campuses. The second part is to create a common and centralized distance education delivery and support system. And then the third element was to expand the options for students to earn college credit. And these statements were pretty much broad and very open in the original proposal. So what we've been attempting to do is to come and to provide some more flesh on the skeleton that has started this out. These elements were brought to action by a series of events that have happened over the last few years, and of which the governor is very much aware and wanted to provide some feedback and some way to solve these issues. One, the deep cuts in state funding obviously have affected all of the class offerings and the student movement through the system. We've been turning away students. Students haven't been able to get classes to complete degrees and those sorts of things. And the demands on the classes have become more and more, have increased over the last couple of years. In this process, students are turning to other sources. When they can't find the classes that they need, one of the options is that they can turn to other sources, and in some cases, more expensive sources, and sources that may not give them the actual degree completion goals that they are seeking. So they may be spinning their wheels unnecessarily or investing time and energy and money in something that may not come about. And then on top of that are high textbook and support material costs. As we know, those are very expensive, and if you are in addition taking classes that you don't need or classes that don't fulfill certain requirements, you're wasting other sorts of money other than just the tuition and fees that might be associated with those. So the specific elements that are in this proposal, there's a California virtual campus which is envisioned to be a single web portal that students in the whole state can go to. Although none of this has been built out, this is all kind of a dream right now of where we might go. So there aren't plans or purchase requests waiting in the wings. These are things we're just talking about. So in this single web portal, it would be a place that students could go throughout the state where they're looking for courses to either complete their degree or to get started on their degree. And those courses may not be available on their local campus. They've tried their normal pathway of going to their campus and trying to sign up for classes. They can't find the classes. This would be a secondary sort of place where they could go to show throughout the state where these online classes may be offered. And in some way provide an easier way for them to sign up for these courses instead of having to go and register lots of different places and follow different assessment processes and different sorts of things. The students could have access to these courses in a one-stop shop sort of situation. Now, obviously, there are lots of barriers we have in place, a lot of our own regulations and things in place that we have to figure out how all of this would work. But the vision is to provide an easy access for students to find the information. One of the other things that we're trying to do in this proposal is also to provide a focus, and a focus that is built on one of the Board of Governors' high priorities, which are 1440 degrees. If we did the presentation earlier about how many of these degrees are being built out in the state. It is a big focus for the state to show more completion and to help students navigate through in a guaranteed framework. So whatever we would do here would also focus on the 1440 degrees. There could be lots of online classes and other sorts of things out there that are available. And we could spend millions of dollars going out and developing those. But if we have limited funds, which we do here, the idea is to focus on the associate degree for transfer and for helping students complete that goal in this process. So, and obviously, if we were to create this statewide location where students would go, there would also have to be marketing and outreach to drive the public to that site. So that is also incorporated in this activity. The other thing is that as we would move forward and put these courses up in a common place, is we need to make sure that the faculty have the best resources available to them to develop these courses. We already have, we are the most prolific provider of online courses in the state. We by far outnumber probably all of the courses that CSU, UC, and all the private colleges do combined. We have a lot more courses already out there that are available. But if we are going to make this process, this project successful, we want to look at the 1440 courses. We also want to look at making the courses that are offered of the highest quality, highest value that we can. So part of that is to provide the faculty the resources to put all the bells and whistles that make the courses interesting and inviting and also successful for the students that we can. So behind the courses would be this big professional development and technical aspect that would push the level of the courses up so that they become very high-tech and very leading edge as far as the presentations go. Also involved with this will be a constant 24/7 support for students who are engaged. So if, as we know, students sometimes are able to sign on and take these courses at 2 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we can't necessarily have people on staff all of those times at every college to do that. But there is a way to come up with a 24/7 approach to providing that support. So if students are having trouble logging in, they're having trouble with other aspects of getting into the system, we would have a 24/7 sort of place. This would include assessment. It could include support for if they have questions about degree pathways or does this course meet requirements for certain degrees. Because we now have the CID process and we have really enhanced articulation efforts, we're able to kind of pull all that information together and provide that for students on a 24/7 basis. This could also be another marketing and selling point for having this virtual campus in place. So to make all of this happen, one of the big engines that we need is a common learning management system that helps make all of this look like and feel like the same place. That when students go here, that they see that they're on a campus, they're in a certain location. And so we want to do this by creating a learning management system. And most of you are aware of Blackboard or Moodle or Etudes. Canvas is a new one out there. There are lots of names out there. What we're talking about doing is not forcing colleges to go to necessarily any one of those. What we're talking about is developing a California-centric one that is voluntary for the people, for the colleges that participate in this project. It would be voluntary for them to use this, but it would also be very high-tech and capable of doing the things that we need to do to accomplish all of these other boxes. So we're talking about a sizable amount of money that'll be focused on this one activity, which is kind of the center core of making this happen. One of the other elements, and although it seems tangential to the online discussion, it was included in the governor's budget under this online proposal. So I do have a box here called credit by exam. And the discussion is, how do we take other sorts of activities that the students may have engaged in? They may have taken a massive open online course. They may have taken some sort of established course from a non-accredited entity out there. They may have military credit. They may have other sorts of experiences that they need to then translate into course credit to be used in their degrees. There are a lot of simplistic answers out there that you may be seeing in the press. I will guarantee you this is not something simplistic that can be done overnight. This is something that will take a great deal of time and care that we get it done right. So I don't think we are anticipating that overnight we can open up some sort of testing bank and allow students to come take a test, and then that test will provide them credit throughout the system someplace. There are those who would make that sound very simple to do, and it is not. And we want to make sure that the faculty are in charge of that assessment, in charge of making those decisions about what is equivalent to the courses that are in our system. So we are having those discussions, and we are trying to figure it out. But this will be a part of the whole process, and will be something that we'll look at. And then at the end of this, we want to make sure that we look at the program and evaluate it. We want to see what's working, what's not working. There's nothing worse than to launch a project and have no way to measure if you got there or not, and you just keep spending money out the door until you get to the end. With this one, we want to make sure that we do have a process in place to evaluate it and to adjust things as we move along. So to give you some idea of where the money is, there's $16.9 million in the proposal. In $13-14, you see a large amount of that would be going to the learning management system. And then some other amounts kind of spread out to the other projects. These are all right now just general proposals. We still have to go through a process. Before I leave this slide, I want to make sure there is awareness at the Department of Finance and the Governor's Office that this must be an ongoing proposal. You can't drop this into the system and then assume the system's going to take care of it. So you do see a 14, 15, and beyond list there, and very much every discussion we've had with the Department of Finance and the Governor's Office has included that ongoing funding as a central piece of this. So just to talk about process, right now the budget negotiations obviously will go on between the Governor, Department of Finance, and there should be another bullet there. The legislature obviously will have a few things to say about this as well. And then that will happen up until they settle the budget. And as we are moving towards this, obviously we will have our consultation process where we involve the feedback from the Board of Governors, the feedback from the Consultation Council, and all the other constituents that would be involved in this process. And then we would move towards implementation. Once the budget is settled, and we've decided on basic plan of where we're going, then we have to move to implementation on how we make this happen. Lots of questions, lots of unanswered questions right now, but wanted to give you kind of an update on what the current thinking is and where we might be going with this. So I'll stop there and see if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Member Belinsky?
I know that there's a statewide distance education group that gets some kind of direction or leadership from the state chancellors. Have they weighed in at all on this proposal, made any kind of comments?
We at this point, we really haven't reached out to all the groups. Individually, we've consulted with groups here and there. I've been talking with Academic Senate a lot to try to get some things, but this is the governor's proposal. And so now we're trying to make some sense. So this is kind of rolling this out first here, and then we will start building more support in all of the constituencies.
The only reason I ask is because the DE experts obviously are the people that would know the most of what to contribute to the discussion, because I even know like the concept that this will allow more students. I don't know what that means sometimes, since our really talented DE faculty at my district will tell you that they need less students because the amount of work put on an effective, just to comment and say it publicly. The other question that I have, and it may not readily be answered right now, but it probably would have to be thought about in the process, is are there any implications for accreditation and substantive change and all that?
Huge.
Right.
Are there any other questions?
I do.
Yes, Chancellor?
I want to thank Vice Chancellor Russell for a couple things. You know, most of us fret about MOOCs and the movement into online education mainly because we don't understand it, and it is a very different landscape. You know, to Barry's credit, he has now enrolled in and completed 2 and enrolled in a 1/3 of these MOOC courses, one through Coursera, one through Udacity. And so unlike the rest of us who worry about this stuff, you know, Barry goes online and enrolls. And tell them what courses you've taken, Barry.
Greek and Roman mythology.
Now there's an exciting topic, huh?
Yeah. And I'm taking a physics class right now.
And a physics class. So you know, that's really above and beyond the call. I appreciate that. And then the other thing he's done, and I think this is extremely important to all of us in California, is he's gone back to D.C. and had at the American Council on Education some very difficult conversations with ACE, because they were and still are, to some extent, headed down a road of offering credit for some of this MOOC work and implications for credit by experiential learning. Without, I think, and Barry certainly has carried that message, without enough careful thought about how that really translates into academic quality. So, and I doubt, because there's a real excitement about this stuff across the country, if there's anybody or very many other people like Barry who are saying to ACE, you really need to think this through, and have you really thought about the accreditation implications and the assurance of quality and the things that are important in the delivery of a college diploma from a higher education institution. So on both those counts, I want to applaud the work he's done and bring it to the board's attention.
Vice President Mall?
I just want to say, from a local board perspective, I'm really glad the system is taking leadership, because in essence, we're all beginning to try to compete with each other for distance learning opportunities, and there's a goal in our district to offer 10 or 15% of instruction through distance learning platforms, and then there's the sense that, it could be a revenue stream because we could get out of state or even international enrollments as a result of this. But I think that it calls for a statewide coordination and a common teaching instructional platform, and so I think that this is the right direction where we want to be moving in. And I'm glad to see we're moving toward it aggressively, because you know the for-profit sector is marketing their online products to prospective students and trying to get their enrollments, and they're very market-driven and will be very aggressive as well in that effort.
Yeah, agreed. Before I make some comments, any other questions? We have to move on this, and as I look at this in the California virtual campus, being something that is supposed to, the intent at this point, just might try and understand a little better, to help the colleges with overflow, right? And centralize it, and it's going to be a challenge to try to get that to happen without it becoming an actual standalone entity that, supports instruction, all those myriad of things associated with it. And as far as the management information system, the management system that would operate the platform, looking at something that's California specific, and trying to get more and more people to do that. And of course, that's important because then it drives the technical support and some of the other things associated with it. But as Vice President Baum suggested, and the Chancellor, we need to move on this, and it's a big, big job. So I would hope that all the partners and the constituent groups, you know, the Academic Senate and others, the online group, are all working in tandem to try to make this work in some way that actually brings benefit. You know, as far as the MOOCs are concerned, I agree. I mean, the accreditation issues, all of those things that that are important seem to have a secondary role right now. And it's just a matter of the delivery of this and expand it as if it's going to happen, and it will, but it certainly has to be thought through quite a bit more. But good luck on this challenge, because it's a big one.
I do want to underscore one of the things that President Baca said, that the intent here is to provide a common portal for students. The curriculum, the delivery of instruction, the guardians of the curriculum will continue to be those individual colleges. So we don't offer instruction out of the State Chancellor's office, and we're not going to start. What we're trying to do is coordinate the work of 72 districts and 112 different colleges, so that we make it easy on the front end for students and easier on the back end for those colleges, so that they don't have to have the kind of overhead, technical overhead that's going to be required to do this.
Yeah, and this is definitely new terrain. Unlike some other things that we do, where they may be just collaborations or coordination, this is really something that really tests the managerial ability, the administrative ability to respond. So, you know, we'll work on it.
And I do have to acknowledge, this is a cooperative effort inside the Chancellor's office as well. All my counterparts over sitting on the side there all have a piece of the puzzle that makes all this work. So we're all working together and trying to work out all the issues.
And again, people think there's a lot of demand out there or whatever. One anecdote, we did a project in my job at USC where we partnered with the New York Times to offer online instruction through their executive education program. And they put the whole marketing power of the New York Times, and they have a great educational platform too. But some courses just fell flat on their, they just didn't work. There either wasn't a market there or it wasn't, and then some that nobody anticipated all of a sudden generated high enrollments as well. So it's
Another question. Somewhere along the line, because you mentioned the others behind me are involved also, it brings up the question, and I assume that's still the responsibility of the colleges, but by accreditation, it's a very important one, of how you provide support services to these students. Online counseling, online library, full online financial aid, things that I think some colleges are struggling with even now. And that we even raise it to a higher level by doing something like this.
Right.
Not to be against this, you know, that isn't the point, but to get the full picture rather than being too myopic in the approach.
No, I think all we're saying is you've got a heck of a challenge there. So yeah, we'll work on it. We'll put it in your hands. We're behind you 100%.
Thanks, Barry.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good. Okay, we will move on to our final item before the briefing for tomorrow, and that is board reports. And Member Storm, maybe we'll start with you. Oh, you want to wait till later?
You can start with me.
Member Malumet, we'll shift over.
I did want to mention that the state senate is meeting at Long Beach City College. You sent us something. I believe it's tomorrow and Wednesday. The state senate is in its entirety is down in the Long Beach area, looking at career technical education programs. So one's at a high school, and then the next day is at Long Beach City College. So that's exciting. So I think most people know I'm now commuting to Washington, D.C. instead of commuting to Sacramento. And I am doing lobbying as much as I can behind the scenes, and I did participate in the legislative conference for the ACCT. But I shared with the chancellor, I now have the opportunity to meet some people I hadn't met before among spouses, like Senator Feinstein's husband, Richard Bloom, who's on the UC Regents, and talk to him about our community colleges and what we're doing and our transfer degrees. And wouldn't it be great if they were part with the UC too, and how our Student Success Act is going to better prepare our students. So I'm doing things like that, and I do get to meet a lot of members socially. 80, let me get my numbers here, 77 new members of House of Representatives, did a lot of orientations together. So I get to know them and their spouses, and some of them have come from the community college world. Our closest one is Mark Takano, who was a trustee at Riverside District for many years. So I'm doing my work back there instead of here.
Go ahead.
I attended the student council meeting February and March, and the consultation council January and February. I went to the Assembly Higher Ed subcommittee on February 20th, and I just spoke to the students on the March today. So, and
Good work.
yeah.
The foundation has an investment committee. We met recently with JP Morgan regarding the Osher funds as well as the nursing funds, and glad to report that I think things are going much better now. And Lance and I will be in Fresno with Keitha on Wednesday and Thursday this week. So if any of you'd like to come to Fresno, we'd love to have you join us. You can get there.
I do have an addendum. I did attend the Student Senate meeting on Saturday, and I think I've shared with most of you there was an impeachment of an officer, so it's a very lively organization.
Yeah, I hear, I read. Member Storm, are you ready? Are you ready?
Okay, thank you, President Baca. Let's see, in February, I attended the SSCCC meeting as well as in March. In February, I also attended the Black Caucus conference for California community colleges, where I participated as a keynote speaker and also conducted a workshop on leadership. The conference was excellent, by my surprise. I was kind of shocked because it took them a few years to get it together. But it was really great. It was well organized, and they were very inclusive of all the students and of community members, and I wasn't exactly expecting that. But their theme this year was focusing on student success. So they were broadly trying to outreach, to all of our students, not just the African American community, and I found that refreshing. The Student Affairs Committee has received 2 official communications, one from the Associated Students of Pasadena, and one from Southern California student constituents. The Student Association of Pasadena is asking for assistance or information or knowledge regarding some of their local issues. And as I understand that we don't have jurisdiction in their local area, I do feel that a response is necessary and some guidance on how to get their issues corrected or an explanation of statutes and regulations. So I'm looking for guidance on how to respond correctly to them and give them the information that they need so that they can move forward. As far as the constituents in Southern California, they were asking the Board of Governors via the Student Affairs Committee to look into the new strategic plan that the Student Senate has developed. And as a result of the strategic plan, AB 1358, which is being carried by Paul Fong, is a result of that strategic plan, which is trying to double the student representation fee and have part of that money go back to establishing an independent student organization. So some of the constituents want to know what's the feasibility of that, and how the student organization would function should they become their independent organization. I guess there's great concern. Let's see, and then last Friday, I attended the launch meeting for the Student Equity Workshop, or work group, excuse me. I wanted to get background information as they look into revising the Title V information or language. I wanted to get some background just so I can understand what's happening when it's presented to us and it's revised. And I think that's about it. Pretty busy, but that was about it.
Well, thank you. The Chancellor and I will be happy, and the Chancellor will address those things that you're most concerned with immediately, but also some of the other stuff. I can work with you on those as well.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Member Hawkins.
Thank you, President Baca. As everyone's aware, we are rapidly approaching our deadline for the Classified Employee of the Year applications. That is March 15th. I would like everybody to encourage their districts to submit nominations. As you know, it's one per district, so it would be great to see 72 applications. Like most things, I expect Poor Injury will be swamped come Monday, the 15th. Right now, they're few and far between. So any help you can give when you're out and about, reminding the system about that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Well, briefly, or not briefly, but yesterday I briefly said something regarding the Accreditation Institute that the State Academic Senate put on at the beginning of February, and ACCJC came in as a partner for that. I'd like to just say a few more things because one of the things is we were sent the comments that Dr. Bino began the session with, Chancellor Harris has sent them to us. They're also posted on the ACCJC website, and I think it's important to say again that one of the things that she addressed is the ongoing national discussions about higher educational quality and accreditation. And she did specifically focus on the oversights that are being done by the U.S. Department of Education and the oversights that are being done by the Council for Higher Education Accreditation. And ACCJC tries to get a certain level of accreditation from CHIA. It obviously needs the U.S. Department of Education's accreditation. I think our comments are worth reading, and I thank you for sending them. Other folks can get them off the ACCJC website. I think the other thing that was notable was the breakout sessions, because they really dealt with the kinds of topics that are of high level importance in accreditation. A session on distance education, integrated planning. There was one on data gathering, what's needed and how to gather it. I was really struck that the researcher from Foothill and the researcher from De Anza presented that session, that they were extremely passionate about data. I'm serious, very passionate. And I thought, that's what you need, you know. There was a session on faculty leadership and accreditation, and there was a final session that was largely put on, or directed by, or the information presented by the Academic Senate President of Cuesta College. And it was really very informative to hear all of the work that they had done to address show cause, so that rather than kind of fighting show cause, they said fine. And they got down to business. They are on warning, we know, and I really think they need to be congratulated for the amount of work and the amount of effort they did in 1 year. And as I mentioned yesterday, and I'd like to mention it again because I really think it's worth looking at, an instructor from Feather River in spring of 2012 completed a dissertation on the cultural practices in community colleges. And what he chose to do, just to say it again, is to take 4 colleges, 2 who have been on accreditation sanction, and 2 that have been on sanction, 2 that have never been on accreditation sanction, and 2 that have been on sanction 5 or more times, And he then found 3 themes that he focused on. And I won't go into depth with them, but just to simply say I think it's worth looking at this study. He talked about the difference in division of labor and how people approach their work and their jobs. He talked about motivation as a theme and the difference in motivation in college cultures, and integration, the integration within the institution. I really think it's worth looking at. We've talked about it a lot this meeting time about the culture of the college, and I think that's critical. Just a couple of other comments. I will be going with my colleagues from Peralta to the State Academic Senate Spring Plenary in April, and I will also at the end of April be attending the Asian Pacific Americans and Higher Education Conference.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you very much. As Foundation President Keitha Mills mentioned, I had the good fortune to attend the Chancellor's Circle luncheon at American River College, and it was a terrific event. And so all of those of you on the board who have not attended one of these, I'd highly encourage you to be able to attend and to have a really excellent forum and opportunity to talk to folks in the field and have a real open discussion about things. So I really enjoyed that, and thank Chancellor Harris for inviting me as well to that. I attended the Asian Pacific Youth Leadership Dinner a few weeks ago here in Sacramento, which was an excellent event. I think our student representative, Ming Yang, was also there as well, as well as with members of the staff, which was an excellent annual event. And finally, with my hat on as the president of the U.S. Army Advisory Board for Northern California, the Army is organizing an educator symposium at Santa Rosa Junior College for educators, both college and high school in the region. And I want to thank President Baca for co-signing a letter with me encouraging educators in that region to attend this event. So if anyone here on the board or in the audience knows of educators in the Napa, Sonoma, North Bay area region who might be interested in having their questions answered about the military service and all the education-related opportunities, they should look at an event on April 5th at Santa Rosa Junior College. So thank you very much.
I was proud to be in the rooting section for Chancellor Harris at 2 events in downtown Los Angeles recently. One was his visit with at the board meeting of the Los Angeles Area Community College District Board, and he was just providing an update and an introduction and a word of support from the Chancellor's office. And then one was a very impressive group dedicated to the mission of college completion. It was the task force that Chancellor Harris was part of that was also co-chaired by Gordon Gee, the well-known president of Ohio State University. And he'll tell you who the others were. Michael Drake from UCI and the president of Pepperdine University, Andy Benton, were part of a conversation. What was really gratifying about this conversation was a lot of the recommendations about college completion and how we need to move the nation towards college completion were recommendations that where the California community colleges are already leading the way with tangible steps and providing a model for others to follow. And that was very gratifying to just be there to be supportive of the Chancellor and hear what's happening at other colleges and universities around the country.
I was at a number of events, but I'll just point out that I was at the meeting in LA with the school board members and the trustees, and Chancellor Harris was the keynote there, did a wonderful job in representing us among the K-12 and community college trustees in the area. Let's see. I've already thanked you, but I'll thank especially my 2 colleagues on the board who went to Washington, Vice President Baum and member Dr. Malumed. And I just wanted to add that I think that you already have adjusted to Washington based on my experience in walking through the Capitol with you, because you seem like you've been there for years. I don't know how many people we ran into. I guess it's the orientations that brought you in touch with them, but also very much your ability to interact very effectively, very nicely with many, many, many people. So, you know, I just wanted to point that out. And, you know, we had a successful trip to Washington, and I think we'll have a successful trip to the Capitol tomorrow. And with that, I'll just turn it over to the Chancellor, and we'll talk about the Advocacy Day, the Advocacy Day.
Thank you very much, President Baca, members of the board. As Mike, the architect for tomorrow, makes his way up there to the podium, just let me say that tomorrow we will take a number of teams into the Capitol. There'll be representatives of the Consultation Council. Obviously, the vice chancellors and many of you will participate. And Mike's been working hard to set up those appointments and orchestrate those teams. And so the interim vice chancellor for government relations, Mike McGee, will give you a rundown. Mike?
Thank you, Chancellor. President Baca, members of the board. Based on this event, it may seem like I like to do everything last minute, but I can assure you that's far from the case. Scheduling changes and last minute confirmations last week put us in that position. So we do have our folders. They're probably ready as we speak. But the point I wanted to make is that, you know, it'll be organized well tomorrow. As the Chancellor mentioned, members of the board are participating. The teams are relatively small. We have members of Consultation Council joining you. We spread the teams out. The Vice Chancellors and the Chancellor are part of our leadership for these teams to get you from place to place. The meeting tomorrow for the board and for the teams will be in room 437 in the state capitol. And it's not a very easy room to find. So I have one of my staff, Raul Arambula, excuse me. He will be joining the van, and when the van drops you off in front of the Capitol, he'll walk you to that room so that you'll know exactly where it is. For members of the council and for the vice chancellors, they'll meet here in room 40001, and we'll escort them over, so we'll all meet as a group by 9 a.m. In room 437. And then again, that's because the room is a little bit difficult to find. It is a room that's familiar to those of us in the Capitol. That's where Assembly Higher Ed tends to meet. So the team folders will be ready, and they're probably ready right at this moment. When we go over there, we'd like to make sure that folks understand the focus is on the system, that it is a positive message on the passage of Proposition 30, a positive message on the community colleges as a vital, important part of the California economy, a positive message of our going to through the student success and transfer model curriculum process, as well as providing veteran services. We have information on the budget and the talking points, but we're not going to focus on specific budget advocacy. The talking points, key facts on the community colleges, as well as a one-page handout on our veteran services will be available for the leave behind. We also have evaluation forms and some tips in there, but y'all, I'm sure, are familiar with this. As was mentioned by Dr. Malumed, the Senate is meeting off-site, or I think it might just be the Democratic caucus, but regardless, that makes some of our meetings with staff. I want to emphasize that does not make it an unproductive meeting. In many cases, the staff are the ones that are going to do all the detailed work, so meeting with staff shouldn't be looked down upon. We do have members, and even if we have members or we have staff listed on your team appointments, you might get the member when you have staff, you might get the staff when you have the member. So it's always a little bit, you know, of a surprise sometimes when you get there. Let's see if I missed any other points. So tomorrow morning, the van will pick up the board members at the hotel. You'll have one of our staff in there with you. We'll meet at the room at 437. The rest of us, Consultation Councilor, Vice Chancellors, will meet here in the Capitol, and we'll meet you all in that room at 437. We have the folders for those of you that want yours tonight. I'll be able to provide them to you. Are there any questions?
Member Maluad?
Do we have that room all day, so it's a place we can go and relax in between meetings?
No, we don't. But the sixth floor and the basement of the Capitol are available.
Okay, and are there any other committee meetings during the day tomorrow that might be of interest to us if we have some time?
No, they're not.
Oh, okay. And I did want to share with the other members, just remember if we're meeting anybody who's newly elected, it was kind of interesting in DC. Raul Ruiz is from Palm Springs, never been in elected office before, and we were talking to him, and he did not know. I mean, he knew there was a community college in his district. He did not know who you were. We were shocked. And he also, you know, we were talking about Martha Cantor. He didn't know who she was. So, you know, just remember, don't kind of use all your slang and don't assume they know who everybody is. There's 40 new members, 36
There's,
new
I
members.
think, 38 in the assembly that are
assembly.
completely new to the state capitol and 1 in the Senate.
Right, so if they had been in an elected office before, they might know some of this, but I would tend to just be very clear in your talking. Don't assume that they know a lot of
Yeah, there were
people
some
in
things
the
that Raul
places.
Ruiz didn't know, but he really did know there was a college in his district.
Yes, he did.
Thank you for mentioning that.
Question to
One other thing that I didn't mention as part of the handouts is we do have some tables that list all the members, both the Senate and the Assembly, with some very brief biographical information about the colleges in their district, as well as community college information that we know. Sometimes the member doesn't put that they went to community college if they put their bachelor's degree. We just found out that Rocky Chavez went to El Camino College, but that's not in his bio. So you might actually find out information like that yourself. But where we have it, we put it on this table.
Yeah. Times again, Mike? 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock at room 437. Those of us that meet here in the chancellor's office will want to leave between 8:40 and 8:45. But the board members, you should be taken care of. They'll take you in the van, and my staff will walk you to the room. The rest of us will follow, and it's just, I like it better that way because the room is a little bit finding cheese.
Okay.
That 437, that's in the old section of the Capitol?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Go ahead.
We'll move into our public forum. Michelle Pilati from the Academic Senate.
Good afternoon. I'll be quick. I just wanted to extend a formal invitation to you to attend our upcoming spring plenary, which is April 18th to the 20th at the San Francisco Westin. We have chosen the theme, Rising to the Challenge, Responding to Disruptive Forces. We recognize that we always have lots of pressures on us, but we wanted to sort of say we have lots of pressures on us, but we're standing up, we're rising up to them. And the idea of disruptive forces comes from an editor at the Chronicle of Higher Education who basically has said that there are 5 disruptive forces that are going to change higher education in the next decade. And they all keep coming up here. They're the completion agenda, questioning the value of degrees, the challenge of getting through college, financing college for individuals and financing colleges for community colleges and other higher education institutions, the demographics of our population, and then the new one that we're not used to dealing with, the new delivery methods, the MOOCs, and all the excitement around that. So I hope that we can see some of you there. Thank you.
I'm glad you clarified the disruptive forces. Okay, meeting adjourned.